the experience a lot better. And then we also really want you to engage with our speakers today through the Q&A widget. So make sure on the bottom right you open up that Q&A widget and you ask questions for all of our panels, and we'll be sure to get through as many of them as we can. It's also definitely not too late to invite any of your colleagues to the BI Livecast. Make sure you can just send them the link, and they can join for any of the sessions today. For anyone not available to join during our live cast today, they can watch any of our past sessions on our website under the on-demand link. That's a super easy way for you to watch all of our past speakers. Lastly, for anyone looking for a dial-in number, this BI Live can be dialed into. You just open up that same widget with Q&A, and you choose audio connection, put in your phone number, and you are good to go. Be sure to engage with us on Twitter. Just use the hashtag BI Livecast, and we'll be able to check out your posts. And we really want to hear what you're saying. So be sure to do that. We want to give a big thank you to Cisco WebEx for being our official technology partner for the Brand Innovators Virtual Summit, and creating an awesome virtual event experience. So we're gonna queue up a quick video from Cisco before we get started. Awesome. All right. Well, thanks so much to Cisco for helping us out with all of our events. So we're gonna kick off. We're gonna be hearing from marketing leaders from PepsiCo, Stitch Fix, Warner Media, Del Taco, Capitol Music Group, and many, many more. So really excited. And without further ado, I am thrilled to welcome our host for the day to the stage, David Armano. David is the interim chief marketing officer of Suzy, and we are thrilled to have him hosting today's event on Gen Z. So, hi, David. We're gonna hand it over to you to get started. Make sure to just perfect. I can see you now.
Great.
Awesome. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you, Isabel. So I'm super happy to be here. As a proud father of two Gen Zers, I have an 18-year-old and a 20-year-old. So I actually feel like I'm pretty steeped in the category and in the topic, kind of living and breathing it, at least from a parent perspective. So quickly, I'll get to the introduction of the panel in a moment. As Isabel mentioned, I am interim chief marketing officer at Suzy. If you haven't heard of Suzy, it is a consumer market research technology platform that allows brands and organizations to very rapidly get in front of their consumers, ask them questions, do live focus groups, do surveys, just to really get insights on what we like to call human intelligence pretty much in real time. So I'm excited to be with Suzy. I just joined in this role, and we have some great things. Couple things on Gen Z, and I feel like some of this might come up in some of the topics today. So this is a generation of gamers. Almost 90% of Gen Zers are gamers compared to 59% of the total population. For those of you following politics in the past year, not that this would be political, but you may have noticed that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez actually debuted on Twitch, and she got one of the most viewed live streams when she was playing Among Us, which is a game that's popular with one of my boys. So that pretty much proves that. This is also a generation that is disrupted. It's a generation that's gone through, well, most recently a pandemic and terrorist acts and global warming. So it's a generation that is really, if you think of Greta Thunberg, who sort of embodies a lot of things about this generation, it is a generation that has really lived through a lot of what's happening that previous generations have sort of set the stage for, and they're inheriting it. It's a generation that cares. It's a generation that has high awareness of issues like sustainability and what companies are doing, and many of them are socially conscious. They're not just content to sort of do slacktivism, which is just sort of being an activist behind your keyboard, but as this past summer shows, they get out there and they get active and they get on the streets and they're vocal and they're looking to make a difference, regardless of what their beliefs are. So with that said, we have a great panel with Ashley Booker, the Mountain Dew brand lead for their NBA partnership, Ashley also leads music and cultural engagements and strategies at PepsiCo. And we have Angelique Vendette, I hope I said that right, Angelique, Global Head of Social Media, Marketing and Influencers at Stitch Fix. This session will be moderated by Gabrielle Heyman, the Head of Global Ad Sales at Zynga. So welcome to the stage, Ashley, Angelique, and Gabrielle.
Thank you, David. Hi, Angelique and Ashley.
Hi.
Yeah. Happy to have you all here today with all of us. Since David already introduced you guys, let's just get straight into the panel. So we had the opportunity to speak a couple of weeks ago. Some really interesting things were uncovered when we chatted, but let's just start with the thing that we all have to kind of start with, which is it's been a crazy 2020. There's been the pandemic, social injustice, the election, so much is going on. So maybe we could kick off with Angelique. How have the stay-at-home orders and COVID-19 changed the fashion industry and Stitch Fix? Maybe, I know that's a big question, but
No, I think that's a great question. A tough place to start, but a good one. You know what? I think the fashion industry is one of the industries that's been most impacted in the last year. Not only in the past, consumers were going out, experiencing with brands and retail stores, and building a connection with fashion companies in retail, at events, at fashion shows, on runways. That has fully shifted to online digital now. For us at Stitch Fix, obviously being a digital platform, we haven't been impacted, and we're lucky in the sense that we haven't been impacted since we don't have retail locations. But it's been an industry where trends have shifted. I'm sure all of us now on this call, whether you're attending on the panel or an attendee, that work from home look and feel, where you're tough. It's kind of like camera presenting, but everything else is loungewear. I know myself, I'm wearing joggers right now. So trends have shifted towards athleisure, lounge, comfort, and much less around, event, occasion wear, and things like that. So not only has the place where we're connecting with brands changed from retail to fully online digital, but also the way that we're actually wearing our clothes and expressing ourselves via our clothing. So the fashion industry has definitely changed quite significantly. And it's also a place related back to Gen Z. It's also a place where now, fashion companies, I want to say, have been slightly delayed in sharing their values and their experiences up front, but now with this last year have kind of been forced to peel that part of them back and not be aspirational anymore, but definitely, fully committal to what their values, their ethics are, and put that at the forefront of their brand campaigns and their brand marketing.
Yeah, thank you for that. So much has changed, but I still think that what's so fascinating about this pandemic, probably versus the 2018 or 1918 one, is that we are all on Zoom or FaceTime or something. So you still see from the waist up. So people are still seeing, how the fashion is being expressed right now, like you said. Ashley, what about the beverage category and COVID and everything? How have you guys been impacted, and how are you, how's it going now?
Yeah, I think Angelique hit it. Everything is turned virtual. And so now we're literally at home for everything, whether it's work, whether it's play. Your home base is monumental. And so how you attribute fun from that, how you create connections, how you connect with those in your pod, in your, kind of out secondary pod, but then also brands. That's definitely changed. And so not only has that been driven by obviously the pandemic, but then you have that social overlay that happened, and there was a tipping point. And so it really did force this kind of creation of a platform or a discourse, I should say, where Gen Z was forcing brands to really be vocal or kind of talk about what their brand purpose was or have this purpose-driven marketing. And that really came to the forefront specifically within this pandemic. And so I guess the easy answer is obviously everything's virtual. So dining in went away, right? Takeout and delivery like went up. But then really this idea of purpose-driven marketing, that was obviously the
Yeah, I mean that I think kind of leads into the next part. Why don't we talk about that just a little bit more and how Gen Z does seem to be the generation that cares the most about brand values. I mean, that is stereotypical. I remember Jane Fonda stopped working with Wells Fargo over their investment behavior, and so everyone can do it. But you know, when we spoke, each of you spoke about different things that your companies were doing in reaction to and to basically help out consumers or different things. So, Angelique, I'm hoping you could talk a little bit more. We talked about Elevate and your ambassador program and how that adapted. Could you give us some insights into that?
Yeah, I think exactly to what Ashley was saying about purpose-driven marketing. We were definitely, one of the brands to hop in and be able to not only create new campaigns and new programs for our audiences, our designers, our clients, but then also work with our existing ambassadors to just really help spread the message and the values for what Stitch Fix stands for. So in terms of Elevate, we actually launched a grant and mentorship program to help BIPOC designers and entrepreneurs within the fashion space, grow, receive mentorship from not only our CEO, Katrina, but also from Harlem's Fashion Row, Brandis Daniel, who's helping, spearhead the Elevate program with us. And the purpose of this is really to help increase the number of BIPOC designers and fashion founders, which we carry not only at Stitch Fix, but within the whole of the fashion industry overall. So that was a campaign that we kicked off. We've been thinking about it for a while, but it's definitely been at the forefront of not only our thoughts and at the consumer thoughts throughout, some of the systemic changes that have been happening in the conversations that have been going on throughout the year. So that's for Elevate. And then in terms of our ambassadors, we've actually always relied on our ambassadors to work with us not only as spokespeople and influencers and, be the face and voice of a campaign, but now throughout, the pandemic and throughout this year, we've actually relied on them for much more than that. We've relied on them to, be an extension of the Stitch Fix voice, to be, yes, the face and voice of a campaign, but also to spearhead that campaign. So whether they were designing it, whether they were part of, the messaging and the crafting, we allowed we're not allowed, but we worked with all of our ambassadors to create their own campaigns that felt right for them. So whether, it's a Black ambassador program that we kicked off, and that was true to a few of our ambassadors, and they're Black themselves, and they felt like this was important for them to kick off. Or we worked with a few other ambassadors within our plus size community to create and launch plus size clothing collections that were representative of them and inclusive of different body sizes. So really worked with our ambassadors in a way that we haven't ever before, which was very much more, representative of them and them as a byproduct of our brand. So ambassador first, brand second in this case, which again is true to our core values.
Yeah, it's very authentic. And having it start with the consumer and like culture first and being part of that and servicing that. Ashley, what about Mountain Dew? We talked about the Real Change Fund and Back to Badass. So I'm hoping you can teach us more about what those two programs are.
Yeah, of course. And so, like we were kind of mentioning before, this was a really pivotal year. It was kind of like an inflection point when it came to society and specifically Gen Z kind of pushing this idea of brands being very value driven or purpose driven, I should say, and really being clear on what their brand values are. And so out of that came this idea of real change and what Mountain Dew could do to really push real change. And so PepsiCo, from that larger brand umbrella standpoint, our CEO, Ramon Laguarta, basically created this initiative where we committed or will be committing $400 million over the next 5 years to really make change within the Black community from a people, community, and business standpoint. And so when that trickles down to brands, it's great to do that. But I think when it comes to Gen Z, they really want you to articulate from a brand standpoint what that means. And so for Mountain Dew, you know, there was this awesome corporate mission, but what could we do that made sense for our brand? Being very clear that our brand hasn't necessarily had the deepest heritage when it comes to the Black community and like being a platform for that cohort. And so what I had the pleasure of driving was this idea of real change for the Black community within this broader umbrella that clearly stated that we, over the next 5 years, would basically institute real change in a way of providing a platform, whether it be resources or funding for Black entrepreneurs when it comes to what they are doing in the short term, or really what they're doing in the long term. And so looking at institutions like HBCUs, where you have Black entrepreneurs come up through the system, really trying to get Mountain Dew's platform to be one that not only these entrepreneurs could tap into from a resource standpoint, but that one that we could really collaborate with these institutions and foster real change in the short as well as long term. So we have a really big announcement coming up next week. I can't share much more than that, but I think what it shows you, because this was not on the radar as of February, right? Everyone was just living their life and the pandemic happened. And then it was this moment of, what are we gonna do, not only in a pandemic, but kind of in this modern day, like civil crisis that we're facing. And it was an awesome opportunity that I think was really instigated by Gen Z to say, what are you gonna do and how are you gonna follow through? And I think without that kind of flame that Gen Z kind of really initiated, you know, we wouldn't have gotten to this awesome initiative that I'm talking about today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely fascinating. I'm Gen X, and so I think that one of the most interesting things that I've seen occurring, what you guys just echoed in Gen Z, but also, you know, during the pandemic, is this feedback loop of talking to consumers or listening to consumers. And, you know, one thing, like one super obvious example, Angelique, to me, was in the fashion industry. Like, I've always been fascinated how every year they come out with like, this is what's in fashion. These are the colors, this is the boot cut. And you're like, oh my God, like I need to update my wardrobe, obviously creating opportunities to buy more. But, you know, during this time, obviously it's important to be listening to what consumers need, not telling them what they need. And I think all industries have definitely adapted to that in one way or another. So Angelique, maybe you could tell us a little bit about how that's changed the fashion world.
Yeah, you know what? I think what's really great about Gen Z and how the fashion world has shifted, you know, primarily starting with a brand campaign on social media or showcasing collections on social media, is that it's a lot more democratic now. It used to be, or the fashion industry used to be, a place where if you were invited to a fashion show, you were either a buyer or you were either, you know, a celebrity, whether you were an artist or whether you were, you know, a celebrity in your own right in the fashion world. And via social media, which is not unique to this year here, but over the last, I want to say 6 or 7 years now, we've seen, you know, the resurgence of like bloggers come up at fashion shows, the resurgence of brands themselves live streaming their runway on social media, whether that's like on Twitch or YouTube Live or Instagram Live or whatnot. And so bringing that democracy and bringing the availability to see what's on the runway a year before it's actually launched in stores to everyone, and not only buyers or editors at fashion magazines, I think that has shifted the way in which we consume as well. I think the fashion industry overall, and specifically for Gen Z, is not only dictated now with like, oh, this fashion editor said that this was coming up for spring. I'm in November, let me plan my spring buys for that. It's no longer, I think, relevant. Right now, it's less about what's trending and what feels unique and personalized to the Gen Z generation. I think that's why brands, you know, are now launching collections that are fully outside of the traditional cycle. We're used to have fall winter together at the runway show, or you had spring summer together. Now you have like exclusive drops, online online exclusives or designer collabs that are launching in every which way and on various platforms. If you look at some examples like Gucci, for example, who launched one of their latest sustainable collections fully online in a gaming platform. This was just a few weeks ago. Those are different ways in which not only Gen Z are interacting with brands and products, but also showcasing, back to your conversation about brands speaking to their audiences, and then also having audiences or followers listen in. With Gen Z, it's fully two-way conversation now. And so building that dialogue where you can comment in, you could try it in on your avatar, for example, or you can attend the Twitch live and see one of your favorite, celebrities, artists, designers, or partners wear something as they're navigating, let's say, a game. There's a lot more interaction and interactability, and there's a lot more two-way conversation where you're no longer being dictated what a brand is saying or what fashion editors are saying are trendy, but you're rather seeing it in a plethora, and you're able to choose, personalization. This fits for me, and this is what I'm going to wear, no matter who says that it's trending. And so that's one of the major shifts that we've seen in the industry, but then also a shift that Gen Z has brought.
Yeah, I think what's so interesting to see too is companies like StockX that started for sneakers, but then got into luxury, and like all these little drops that you see, and they're like the latest small batch stuff is on those platforms. And that's something that, a decade ago, I don't think that you would have necessarily thought that would happen, that kind of merging of those two, like streetwear, couture.
Gabrielle, even to that example, Supreme, I mean, they were just purchased by Vans. Like, that is 100%, I would argue, driven by Gen Z, and this idea of, what was fringe now becoming mainstream because of this idea, like Angelique said, this democratization of communication, and the fact that it's not a one-way street of brands or major platforms just speaking at people, but it's really a two-way conversation. Now you have these awesome examples of these smaller brands that probably wouldn't have lasted 10 years ago, to your point, but we're seeing, things catch like fire, and you realize that, there's definitely a market. And with consumer insights, as well as Gen Z being so vocal, they're telling you what they want, and it's just sometimes our job to listen.
Exactly.
I wonder, and speaking of that specifically with Mountain Dew, because I think that there have been seismic shifts in how people market, and just in the fashion example, when you were talking about runway shows, like I remember when people were like, why can't a runway show be streamed? And I forget who was the first one to stream it, but it was so controversial because they were so interested in this like aspiration. No, we must be aspirational and almost unattainable. But for you, Ashley, like how fast can, like, it seems like companies are moving faster, but obviously PepsiCo, listening to Gen Z, like how fast can that feedback loop go, or how have you guys adapted?
Well, I mean, we are a Fortune 100 company. You want to move fast, but at the end of the day, there are certain restrictions in place so that, crazy people like me can't like have all the power and do crazy things and then get in trouble. So thankfully legal and my bosses are there to keep us on track. But I think what's awesome is that social media really helps you kind of test and learn quickly. And you can do it in a way that seems unique and precise with targeting or with creating long-standing relationships with certain consumers. So like loyalty platforms, et cetera. That's a way that you can definitely seed things and then potentially bring them to market quicker. But I think generally, to your point, like not just PepsiCo, I'm sure Angelique, Stitch Fix is kind of in the same place, even though you guys are, built a little differently and somewhat smaller. People are just trying to like bring things quicker because consumers, specifically Gen Z, they want things faster. And so sometimes I think it's important to distinguish like trends that you should play in and trends that you shouldn't. And that always goes back to your brand positioning and kind of your North Star. And, brands are these dynamic things. They shouldn't be stagnant. They're kind of like people, like they should evolve, but you shouldn't kind of go all the way left and kind of just go with the wind and try to play in everything, because then you don't really stand for anything, right? So I think it's a really interesting time to test and learn. And so we definitely use social to do that because of that feedback loop that you can get so quickly. But it's just about what you scale and what you don't.
And I think what you said is so true, because trends come, trends go, and some of them are lasting or more impactful, and some of them are not. We get inbound questions all the time about, like, you know, a game that's like all the rage, and then, but what brands don't necessarily realize is, yeah, they had like a bajillion installs at the beginning, but their engagement and installs have dipped, and, you know, you're not keeping up with it fast enough because you're not in the industry. So speaking of that and social platforms for Gen Z, why don't we talk about influencer marketing a little bit? You can't talk about Gen Z without talking about influencer marketing. Angelique, well, you kind of already touched on it, you know, ambassadors, democratization of fashion. Could you kind of go a little bit more about how you work with influencers, how your ambassadors are influencers? But I'm assuming you also have kind of bigger alignments with your brands. Tell us more about it.
Yeah, for sure. We actually run multiple streams of influencer work at Stitch Fix. So there's nothing, you know, I want to say like 10 years ago, you said influencer streams is just like you pay them or you gift them and in exchange they post. We are so far from that now. We have, I want to say, 6 streams of influencer work. So we work in an ambassador capacity in most instances. And what that means is that that's longer term partnerships. So there's no one and done quick, like rapid deals. I know that when we were chatting a few weeks ago, Ashley and I were actually, you know, kind of chuckling about, you know, what was it called? The skinny tea or skinny me tea that we used to see the Kardashians post. And then the next day they would be posting like Carl's Jr. or whatnot. And it was like this one and done type of relationship. The way that we work at Stitch Fix is like that polar opposite, where it's longer term, because we are a personalized platform. And it's really about like your personal look. And so, you know, what one ambassador or what one influencer will be getting out of our platform versus someone else, and the look and the fix that they'll receive on a monthly basis is completely tailored to them. We also worked with them in that way. So we partner with them for longer term, whether that's like yearly contracts or multiple months at a time, or multiple years at a time, to not only, you know, create content for us, be the face and voice of our campaigns, but also act as spokespeople for us. So we, you know, bring them on panels and conferences, put them in front of media on our behalf to actually just genuinely speak about our relationship together and about their experience using Stitch Fix. Most times we actually don't like necessarily PR prep them or anything like that. We actually just introduce both parties to have an honest and open and genuine discussion. Because back to our topic of Gen Z, you know, authenticity being the most important. We want our ambassadors to actually love, you know, working with us and love the clothing they receive. And so keeping it honest and open-ended is what we felt and what we feel is most genuine. So that's one stream of work. I think with obviously the pandemic, a lot of brands, and this is definitely not only for Stitch Fix, have shifted to a place where our in-studios or in-house studios are shut down. And so, you know, for photo shoots or for discussing and showcasing the latest trends, it's no longer like you can bring in and photograph, you know, a group of models to do that. So we've also shifted to a place where some of our ambassadors and influencers are now content creators for us, whether that's creating long form video or like quick fun TikTok style rapid video movement with dances, or actual, you know, photo shoot, where then we'll bring it in-house and make that as part of a larger campaign. So there's different streams of work in which we've dabbled and we keep dabbling in the influencer space. I want to say that a lot of the influencer and ambassador marketing that we do is some of our bread and butter. If you look at our social across our platforms, whether that's men's, women's, or kids, you'll see and recognize our ambassadors being the face and voice of our brand. And again, that's all authentic, which is really great, because sometimes, of course, there's longer term partnerships that are paid. But what we see out of that is that there's a lot more content coming out of it, because sometimes one of our influencers is just really ecstatic about receiving a box or a fix. And they'll be posting about it and talking about it in media. And it'll almost come as a surprise to us. But that's kind of like the best thing as possible, because it feels so real to them, to their platforms, their followers, and thus to our followers too.
Yeah, it's so funny because just listening to you, and I know I keep saying, I'm the old Gen Xer, but I worked at Yahoo, and I remember it was so controversial, like UGC. Brands were like, oh my God, what happens if they take my brand and like they say a bad word, or they take my license, and like fan art, no fan art. And like, it's obviously changed a lot. We have a bunch of questions, so I'm gonna move to those in a second. I just wanna like finish it off because Ashley talked about something in this topic before that, what Angelique just touched on was also the democratization of brands, not only just fashion, but brands. And we were talking about micro influencers, and I was, interested about macro versus micro, or like a rookie versus a star. You were talking to that. So can you tell us a little bit more about your approach there?
Yeah, absolutely. So with NBA, I mean, obviously you have the gamut of stars, and you have those like superstar players like a LeBron James, just for illustrative purposes. And then you have those rookies that are just coming up. And so kind of the strategy that we've taken on Mountain Dew, we 100% want players that want to partner with us and be a part of this brand. Like Angelique was saying, kind of the talent you bring on, it's no longer a transactional relationship, right? You want someone that really is a champion of your brand, whether they're in the spotlight and when they're not. And that really helps drive authenticity. And so what we've done is really be choiceful about the players that we partner with, really learn about what their passions are on and off the court, and then bring them on. And they could be someone like a Zion Williamson, who literally is like everyone's clamoring for when he's on next or what's going on with him. And, but he is technically a rookie, definitely a star that shot out quick out the gate. Or we partner with someone like a Jaren Jackson Jr., who is still coming up in the ranks, or even an Asia Wilson. She has been an awesome WNBA player as well as talent for Mountain Dew for people don't know, but almost 4 years now. And we were with her in the beginning when, she really wasn't, her star power wasn't as, powerful as it is now. But since we partnered with her in the very beginning and have been on the journey with her, that relationship that we have with her, and the connection and the way she talks about the brand, it's so authentic that it makes it richer than sometimes when you sign just a bigger name because they have more Instagram followers or kind of just more whatever you calculate as influential power. And so what we specifically were talking about is this idea of the macro versus micro influencer. And so, there are still the moments where you use someone like, let's say Kardashian for illustrative purposes, because they have like a huge reach and a big platform. But I think kind of where we're going is more of these micro influencers and people that have a stronger connection to a smaller group of people. But their connection is so authentic and so rich and so robust that, what they're doing, their tribe will follow. And obviously you use that relationship in an authentic way and one that's meaningful. And then similarly, one that's, kind of dual path, and that they, do something for you, you do something for them. It's not just transactional all the way.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So let's get to some of these questions. There's so many, and I get to choose the ones that, I think this one's an interesting one. Maybe just really quickly, I'm curious, is there a difference? How does marketing to Gen Z differ from marketing to millennials? Is there a difference?
Yes.
Okay, Angelique, tell us.
Sorry, I got passionate about that one. Yeah, I think there definitely is a difference, not only in the look and feel of, let's say, assets or campaigns, but also the way that it's, trickled out and brought out. So, for example, if you're marketing to millennials versus Gen Z, the look and feel of millennial marketing, social influencer, integrated campaign assets are still more polished, more refined. There's still a bit of that aspirational aspect. So for example, if you look in the influencer space, it's like that clean background, white light, a bit more of the, of like, there's a bit more of a separation, whereas Gen Z is the complete opposite. You know, looking at campaigns that are Gen Z focused, you'll find things that are a lot more raw, unedited. There's definitely no Photoshop or editing in the assets there. The backgrounds will be messy. People will be showcasing, you know, if you look at TikTok, there's like one of the most like shared is one of the platform's biggest influencers. Like she had a plastic surgery and like was showcasing her bandages for weeks on end and just bringing us through that full process. Whereas from an influencer standpoint, for millennials, it would be a lot more like before and after, and there'd be a lot more staging or storytelling. And again, that's not from a brand perspective, just from an influencer perspective, but that gives you a bit of the background on, you know, the look and feel, and then also how to approach it to market. I think, again, on authenticity, it has to really be ingrained with that influencers or that celebrities tribe, to what Ashley was saying. It has to feel authentic to them. And so if you're launching a new handbag, I know in our conversation we're chatting, like when Dior launched their new saddlebag, you saw all of a sudden all of the top millennial influencers, like the top 12 in the world in the fashion industry, post the saddlebag in the same kind of pose and format. And it launched on the exact same day last year. Versus if you look at what's Gen Z focused, it'll be like a trickle. There might be someone who's teaching us a new dance on TikTok, someone who's bringing it over to Twitch, someone who's bringing, you know, the collection's been digitally designed for Animal Crossing. And so it'll be spattered in a bunch of different ways with niche audiences that care about different things for the exact same product launch, but just in a way that connects to them, in which they can interact and have that two-way dialogue, as opposed to feeling like an aspirational goals type of marketing.
So interesting. I think that's, I can see that. I see what you're saying. Okay, I'm going to give this one to Ashley. Reaching just strategy, what types of new media and be leveraging to reach our audiences?
Well, I mean, I think you have to have just a very diverse social digital strategy in general. I mean, Instagram still remains the place where you get a lot of scale, but it's basically about the other capabilities that Instagram has. And so it could be Instagram stories, maybe weighting more of your creative on that piece versus those more polished, like what Angelique was saying, those static posts that sometimes just are more geared towards millennials. Just by sheer fact of Gen Z, they consume so much content and are literally going through everything. And so it's more about some things like Insta stories, maybe even reels. You could, for example, on Reddit, like that's a sub-community, or there are sub-communities on Reddit that are so just avid fans, and they just talk amongst themselves. Not necessarily a place to, like, you know, pulse out a campaign, but that's also an awesome place to go and just learn about what's being talked about there. Then you go to YouTube, et cetera. So I think it's very specific on what the brand is, where the brand has played before, and then what the objectives are. But I think if you're trying to still hit scale, I think Instagram is probably just the place to go.
Okay. Yeah. What, so I guess multi-generations can also love the same platforms, because I'm like a huge Instagram way. Okay. In your, as a consumer, what brands are leaders in this space? So I don't know if necessarily you have to answer as a consumer. This is a question from the audience, but what do you think what brands are leaders in this space of Gen Z marketing?
Oh, that's a tough one. Well, Ben and Jerry's is currently killing it. Like Ben and Jerry's over the last, I think, 9 months has really become kind of everyone's favorite ice cream. But everyone's just like kind of clamoring as to see like what they'll do next. I'm always impressed by kind of how they quickly synthesize info and then kind of regurgitate it in a way that is so on point with their brand, whether it be the visuals that they have, but then so like on point with the topic. So I feel like Ben and Jerry's really has been a clear winner for this year.
And I'm always also fascinated by, like, it's owned by Unilever, which
I
is
know.
like huge traditional. And I always wonder, was it in their contract when they were acquired that they still got 100% control of their marketing or what?
I don't know. I would love to hear what their legal team is doing behind the scenes versus everyone else's, all the other Unilever brands.
Right. So like we have our own legal, our own.
Exactly.
Angelique, what about you? What are yours for Gen Z marketing or Gen Z?
Yeah, I don't know if it's, I don't want to just, label it as Gen Z marketing, but in terms of brands that are really quickly able to adapt, react, and be at the forefront of trends, I think those are the brands that are winning. So similar to Ashley's Ben and Jerry, you think of Aviation Gin, or you think of brands that are like really quick at hopping on societal conversations that are happening. If we look at, after the holidays last year, there was like a Peloton ad, and I'm a huge Peloton fan, but there was a Peloton ad, and in reaction to that, the Aviation Gin team, put out an ad that was like right away with the same actress, and that felt into the cultural zeitgeist and like the sentiment that we all felt from that ad. And it was just so quick in execution, so quick in hopping into the conversation, and the timeliness of it. I think at big brands that are, whether that's stopped with like hierarchy or legal, or sometimes, there's a great idea that spurts, but it might take 2 or 3 months to execute on. I think there's a lot to be learned from these very reactive and quick acting brands. So whether that's Gen Z focused or not, I think that's kind of the way that marketing is shifting overall. And I'm definitely a big fan of those brands that are like quick to act. It's almost like act, have conversations, and ask for forgiveness later. I think those brands are winning right now.
Yeah.
And that's what Peloton did, because they had an issue right after that ad, and like, they totally, it was a mea culpa, which is, I think Gen Z and kind of everyone is becoming more forgiving, to your point about like brands don't have to be so polished anymore. Granted, like you can't, just do whatever you want again and kind of act in this way that's kind of a bull in a china shop. But I think Gen Z does have this, they're more forgiving.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's more real, for sure. I think we talked about on our call that I'm sort of envious of this Gen Z generation in the sense that, like, on Instagram, fashion is showing cellulite, and like that never happened when I was growing up. And it, it did put a lot of body pressure on us girls. And not that there's not a lot of body pressure. We're talking about the Kardashians, this, conversation. Obviously, that's a lot of body pressure. But on the flip side, there is this really like authentic, like, this is what's real. Don't airbrush me out. That's like ridiculous. Okay, so this one for Ashley. What lessons were learned from the explosion of the Nathan Apodaca Dreams Ocean Spray TikTok clip? Why was it so powerful? Do we think that Ocean Spray sold a bunch more Ocean Spray, or what? What do you think, Ashley, about that?
Well, I'm not that close to the brand, so I don't think I can like specifically talk about like what happened. I think generally, so it's awesome. So we were talking about kind of TikTok and how social has democratized, right, communication, and given everyone a platform that wouldn't necessarily have had a platform. When before this year would a video like that have gone viral? Just like, speaking very candidly from the person that was in it, from what they were doing, like, so I think like it's awesome to see social, again, giving platforms to people that haven't had it in the past, and then brands acknowledging the power that their consumers or these people have had, or those moments, and then gifting them. And so I think after, if I'm remembering this correctly, he got like a car and all of this ocean spray, right? I think that made a difference in his life, for better, for worse. They were trying to, do some good, because he really brought a spotlight to their brand. And so, I mean, outside of that, I really can't speak much more because I don't work on that brand. But I thought it was awesome. And I think, again, it's all to the power of social media. And if you have a phone in your pocket, like, you literally can do anything.
Yep. All right. So I think that maybe this is our last one, and this one, Angelique, is for you. It's not really a question, it's a discussion. The 90s vintage explosion shows no sign of slowing down in its unique cross-generational accepted fashion plus performance category. Adidas, Mitchell, and Ness are killing it right now. Any comments on that?
Yeah, I think the 90s resurgence is all about like nostalgia. And so there's a lot from the Gen Z, I guess, content and kind of like music sharing. And I think there's something from the 90s where, there was a resurgence, or there was a mix of like fashion and hip hop and brand, and it all was mixed in together. And that's kind of what helped determine what was doing well and what was trending and what you kind of aspired to do. And I think there's a bit of that back now with like music across platforms that are, starting and stemming trends that then leads into fashion, that then can lead into beverages. So it's kind of like full circle where multiple aspects of culture are informing trends. And for sure, right now, there's this aspect of utility. So to your question about like performance category plus fashion, obviously we're all at home, we're all, want to be comfortable and lounge and athleisure, but then also bring it to our Zoom calls. So there's a bit of that too that's informing, but I think ultimately it's culture, and to what, Ashley was speaking about, like with the ocean spray campaign. I think, music, phone in your pocket, what's trending, plus what you're wearing. I think that's all part of the the cultural zeitgeist that Gen Z is seeing now and stemming and help bring forward to trend.
All right. Well, thank you so much. David's back here, which means it's our time to pass the torch to the next panel. But this was so fun to speak with both of you today. And we got so many questions. I think that everyone could have talked about this for another hour easy. So thank you so much.
Thanks so much for having us.
Absolutely. So huge thank you to Ashley, Angelique, Gabrielle for kicking off today. That was fantastic. Just a couple of quick thoughts before we introduce the next panel. It was really fantastic to hear a few themes that I know that we're following as well. The power of brand purpose came out, and that is something that we are definitely seeing with Gen Z in terms of being a socially conscious generation. I really enjoyed listening to sort of the shifts and sort of what we've seen from the original Instagram aesthetic, which was all about perfection, into moving into more of what's real, what is just actually not picture perfect and just real about the person taking the picture or in the picture. Really loved hearing about listening to consumers. Obviously, being in the consumer market research space, that is near and dear to our hearts. So it was great to hear Ashley, Angelique, and Gabrielle all reinforce how important it is to listen to your consumers. So for our next panel, we have two very special guests from HBO Max. We're joined by Andrea Chen, the Vice President of Campaign Planning and Management at HBO Max, and Robbie Tseng, Vice President, Head of Growth Marketing Design at HBO Max. Under Warner Media. This session is going to be moderated by Ed McCormick, the Vice President of Commercial Operations and Development at Teads. So welcome to the stage, Andrea, Robbie, and Ed. And Ed, I'm going to hand it off to you.
Perfect. Well, thank you, David. And Andrea, Robbie, nice to speak with you. First and foremost, want to thank you for some huge news that came out today. HBO Max will be available on Amazon Fire TV and Amazon Fire tablets. Small news.
Yeah, no, we're super excited about that. I'm sure a lot of people are going to be excited about that too.
Yeah, I think when I was looking personally, and we had a few conversations leading in today, I talked a lot about how all the different content that you guys host, and the different ways that you guys make your service accessible to people is really just, it's cutting edge. And to be honest, it's one of the reasons I think you guys have had such success. So I wanted to start off today by obviously sharing that news and saying congratulations, because I know it's been a lot of work and a long time coming.
For sure.
So I know we have a bit of a truncated session today, so I just want to get into it if you guys don't mind. So when talking about Gen Z, this is a group throughout this session today, it's been characterized as one that values authenticity, as well as social proof from both friends and influencers, much more than other traditional media forms have impacted other generations. How has HBO Max adapted its marketing approach to appeal to these values?
Yeah, just to kick this one off, one thing that's super exciting about where Andrea and I are at in growth marketing for HBO Max is because when we were brought in, the company didn't really exist as it does today, so we're able to launch it, which means you're able to start from within. And as you know, Gen Z is one of the most diverse generations, so building a diverse team is where it starts, and also embracing all ages as well. And so I think it's one of the places you just got to start. If you're able to start, the same values of diversity and the rest of the values, if you can instill it in your team and the cultural pillars that you build for that team, that's where it can start. And then on top of that, I came from art school, and what I love about Gen Z is it really reminds me of what it was like, to go from your places of where you grew up, and then very diverse, very free-spirited thinking. And so a lot of that falls into design as well. And so it's very easy to start from within from my position, especially in the design world.
Got it. And in terms of, the diversity, and we'll talk a little bit more about, one of the more famous executions that you guys have done. It's a tactic that you've deployed in terms of the way that you're communicating and associating with the different brands. So one example being, the TikTok campaign that you guys ran with your interns, a very diverse group. I think there was roughly about 5 interns in that. What were some of the things that you thought about when you were putting that group together, and ultimately why you decided to go with, such a unconventional sort of marketing tactic to reach this generation?
Yeah, I can take this one. So when it came to TikTok, it was something that we discussed quite a bit as we were thinking about our launch plan. So going into it with this year, we took a really strategic launch strategy when it came to all of our social channels. And then with TikTok in particular, we really recognized that it's super important to just be really authentic for that audience. So it's it moves at light speed. There's so many new trends happening all the time. So when we were thinking about it, we really wanted to put it back into the hands of the creator when it came to running our account. So we took a unconventional approach in terms of actually hiring interns specifically to run our TikTok for the summer. And then we were just so surprised by the amount of submissions that we got. People were super creative. And then so we were really able to pull together a diverse group where we have there's 5 interns. And then they range from being video editors to one is a singer-songwriter. Another one is an artist who films basically time-lapse videos of her creations, and that was part of their submissions. So really being able to pull together this group, it was kind of like a super crew of they bounce ideas off of each other and can hit kind of all of the different sort of niche areas too of TikTok as well to create a really strong variety of content.
Yeah, and when creating the content, what are some of the ways that you're thinking about shows that you've been releasing that resonate really well? I know Euphoria being, one of the most prominent.
Yeah, Euphoria is a critical one for us where we know that there's already that natural tie-in with the Gen Z audience. But at the same time, too, we're also looking at the entire content library. So the biggest benefit about working on HBO Max and the content library that we have is that we can tap into everything. So a lot of it is also the focus on how can we surface new content, create that content discovery with these audiences too. because oftentimes it's kind of like the new is old and old is new. I know in the last panel we were talking about how like 90s is really making like such a comeback. So Friends really found like a strong resurgence, so we lean into that heavily. And then there's a ton of stuff in our library like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, where it's the first time ever that it's available for streaming, the entire series again. So we're really looking at ways that we can elevate those series to this new audience who hasn't discovered it yet.
Got it. And Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was incorporated in actually one of the most viral videos that you guys produced. Funny enough.
Speaking of viral,
Yeah.
with one of the Euphoria pieces that was really popular, just to echo about building a team, you also got to trust your team if you don't understand it. You can't be one of those like, I'm 40 and if I went in there and said, I don't understand this, kill it right now. Like, you can't do stuff like that. I didn't understand it at all because it was so in tune with Gen Z and what the language is on TikTok, but that's okay because millions of people watched it. So you got to be okay with not understanding if it's not your own voice.
And in that, because HBO is such a well-established brand, and you're part of a very large organization of AT&T, how is that process of sort of giving the reins over to somewhat younger group outside of your own marketing team?
Yeah, so I'd say in the beginning, like we really level set this like all the way up in terms of like what we wanted to do. So even before we were launching this campaign, I mean, everyone at all levels was involved and also very supportive. So I think just to like take a step back to actually like Jason Kyler, who is our CEO, who really thought that like TikTok was a really important platform for us. And then wanted to see what we could do to engage with the creators. So this idea kind of like came from him as well. So with that too, like we really just like started level setting with like executives at all levels of what they were going to see across our TikTok if we were truly going to do this and be authentic with it, is that there is going to be a level of potential like discomfort they might have, right, with the content that we were creating, because we wanted to be really just like putting the trust in the hands of like our interns. So Robbie was saying there's certain things that like they pitch and create that like we don't necessarily always understand, but they're able to break it down for us in different ways. And then even all the way down to like our legal teams, right? So they review every single thing that we do. So it's hilarious, like seeing the emails back and forth with them where they're explaining like, what does like period mean? And then like, what do these like, responses mean, and like why are we doing these like Zoom schools in terms of like all the skits that we put together for our TikTok channel. So it's been really like great to see the support like all the way across the company too, with everything that we wanted to accomplish with our TikTok account and voice and brand strategy.
Yeah, it's almost unheard of to see a company of your size to be able to accomplish something at that level. So it's incredible. Speaking of TikTok, and again, this sort of goes along the lines of other social media channels as well. What are some of the pitfalls that marketers are falling into when trying to connect with this audience, this specific generation?
I would say like trying to follow the trends and viral hits is something that we discuss quite a bit. So it is important really to like take a step back too. I know sometimes like there's kind of like two ways that you can approach it. Of like, of course, if there's something that you can naturally and authentically enter yourself into the conversation with, you should definitely do it. But at the same time too, there's sometimes brands who are jumping too quick, right, on certain things, and then that can potentially be a pitfall of not having the right sort of like reactionary tools in place, or even just like the right account management in place. So we always have like clear lines of communication in terms of like what we want to engage with, deciding on that strategy and which things actually feel right for us to engage with versus just like, hey, we want to jump on this trend because everyone is jumping on it. So I would say that is probably like one of the biggest sort of areas, especially when you're in the social space too, which is always moving at light speed.
Got it. And this group where you are approaching it from a very defined sort of lens, how does that differentiate versus some of the efforts that you're doing with millennials? While they're close in age, the way that they operate and even sort of the way that they move throughout their day, the Gen Z being more closely tied to living at home, especially now in COVID. How does that differ for some millennials?
So I think with the content strategy, the approach that we take to and the channel strategy is different across the board. We do take a much more strong like community engagement strategy when it comes to like TikTok, which is our main channel where we're appealing to the Gen Z audience. And then also understanding too that a lot of it is about content discovery with them. So we engage with them in a really different way where it's more about like replying to their comments. We do a lot of the video replies too. So, and then also I think like actually revealing like who's behind the accounts is something that's really different in terms of our approach to TikTok. Like we don't do that on any of our other channels. So, and on TikTok, that's where we've actually seen the most success is like the skits and videos that feature our interns because people love seeing like who's actually behind it. And that there's real people. And then when it comes to our other channels, like where Instagram, Twitter is much more like of our millennial approach, we don't take that same strategy. And it is much more of like a broader general audience sort of account and engagement strategy across those channels.
Yeah, and I think a good point to add too, like from the broader perspective, both Gen Z, all the generations probably lean towards the content itself first. So if we're showcasing the content in the right way, in the right groupings as well, it's going to appeal to the audiences, and then you get more specific as you go down. I think another call out too is, a lot of people have that assumption of, they think millennials are Gen Z and vice versa still because of that whole blanket young people, but a lot of millennials have families now, and so a lot of our, our millennial marketing probably falls into the family category.
Yeah, and on that topic, when you are advertising to Gen Z, are there steps that you're taking to help turn those viewers into actually influencers for their parents?
I think that's something we're looking to figure out. There is a theory, a lot of people have this theory that even for us, you go home to your parents and you log into the things, you help their Wi-Fi. So I think everyone just has their eyes on this audience to see where it's going to go. Is it that they're almost ready to activate on their own, or are they going to help their family members? So we're sort of attacking it from all angles and keeping a close eye on it.
Got it. It's a generation.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to say, like, just to add, one of the, like, I think appeals to in terms of, like, our content library is that we do have stuff for, like, a whole household and whole family. So how do we appeal from, like, these sort of different angles, too, so that we're driving awareness about, like, the content that's available on HBO Max, so that it can appeal to, like, all angles. As Robbie was saying, like, you have your parents who are looking for things to watch with their kids, so co-viewing, but then they also want to know that, like, there's content there for, like, their teenagers to watch as well. So they're looking at a whole household opportunity and content for the households, especially if people are in this, like, quarantine environment and looking for more entertainment.
Yeah, and we also have an amazing library. So a lot of our marketing, plays on nostalgia. And as you saw with are something Gen X grew on, like such as a Friends, every other generation after just picked up it. They don't care how old it is. And so that nostalgia play is something that can connect the dots between Gen Z and maybe their Gen X parents. Yeah,
and having, many Gen Z now, going back home, whether that's returning from college or spending more time, because of COVID, it's sort of like having your own geek squad. Well, the parents having their own geek squad to help bridge that gap from, the linear experience into streaming. So it's one I think that has, you're killing two birds with one stone by going after this group. So I know we want to leave some time for questions, but last one for you directly. If there were 3 takeaways that marketers listening in on this call could walk away with based on HBO's success, what would those be?
I think the first one was how we started off, starting from within. If your team is authentic too, it's going to trickle down into your work as well, and your ability to empathize with the audience and know how to speak to them.
Yeah, the diversity factor is critical, and it's something that like we took a close eye at just in terms of like as we were building out the team, not only like for the permanent team across growth for HBO Max, but then also like our intern approach too as well. And then on top of that too, I would say that like really like building the connection with Gen Z right now is really critical. So as we were saying too, it's like a lot of them are returning home, right? But then they're also starting to enter the workforce when you think about like the age range and how broad they are. So like they are now going to have like stronger purchasing power than ever. So thinking about them from like those different sort of angles and like also segmenting them out even deeper from their age ranges of like what are the ones that are entering the workforce and who's what's going to appeal to them from a content standpoint to really convert them and actually sign up for HBO Max. And then on top of that, we're looking at then like the younger generation of like the teens and tweens, and then how can they influence their parents if they don't have the purchasing power yet, and then also bring that into the household as something that like they want to watch because of the content association and also the brand association that like we're a brand and that's established a voice that they're interested in and is also really like unexpected and authentic for them.
Yeah. And in terms of, content, especially, I know going into, this call, we had a conversation ad nauseum about, so this is a group that sort of grew up in the golden era, at least in my eyes, of HBO, having seen everything from, the beginning of Game of Thrones all the way through, introduction of Euphoria, which is something that is really unique in this space and is not replicable. You can't speak today. Replicated on other platforms. I think it's one where it's a long game. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a long game, and we've seen that like with the Gen Z audience too, right? Like they're really big on brand loyalty. So building that association with them and driving that like consideration from a long term of that like we align with them not only from a content standpoint when it comes to these like groundbreaking shows, but then we're also making a ton of like really interesting shows too that like are for their generation. So there's a focus on like the diversity and inclusion across the board when it comes to the content that's being greenlit for HBO Max when you look at our slate, and then also like just having like an unparalleled library of classics when it comes to like the exclusive streaming home of Friends and Fresh Prince. The value for them hopefully is something that they see across the board.
Fantastic. Now, David, I know we're pressed for time now. Are there questions from the audience? I'm not. My WebEx isn't working well right now. Want to make sure that we address those. Okay, got one. All right. So the 90s vintage explosion. Whoops. What are the most effective influencer marketing strategies to appeal to Gen Z? And then what changes, if any, do you believe need to be made to influencer marketing trends to appeal to this group?
I can tackle the influencer one. So I would say with influencers, that's something that we've been refining quite a bit too in terms of our strategy with Gen Z. I think it's really easy to like naturally want to like greenlight a ton of these influencers. And I think every brand does it in terms of like just trying to find that like association. And it's definitely a key part in terms of just driving volume. But at the same time, finding the right connection is also important. So for us, it's really critical as we're looking at influencers that we want to partner with, that we're finding the right content that they want to also talk about. So that's where we do have the benefit of like also tapping into the library quite a bit because we want them to also be authentic in their own voice versus just like shilling for a brand, which can come across very easily when you know that it's just another thing that they're adding right to their list and roster on top of the 15 other brands that they're also shilling for. So that's where we always like look at opportunities where we can create like deeper connections and deeper sort of like content themes with these influencers so that it's things that they actually like personally are invested in. And then like, how do we dive deeper into like these shows too? Like, especially when you think about like the groundbreaking shows, iconic characters, what is the relation and connection to them? And how can we actually leverage their voice to recommend to other people? So like right now, there's so much content out there too. Leveraging these influencers as a voice where they can speak authentically to what does the show or this movie mean to them are some of the approaches that we've been taking when it comes to marketing to Gen Z with influencers.
Got it. And when it comes to the content, because that's something that continues to come up, I think we saw with a different streaming service that is no longer around. I think one of the main learnings that we can all take away is really this is a generation that values high quality content, even if it's shorter in length. Is that something that you would agree with?
I think so, but I think quality is an interesting word too. Like we have a wide range of what's considered quality. I remember you mentioned the 90s. I wasn't sure how it connected to a question, but in the 90s and maybe even the 2000s, there was this HBO definitely was seen as premium, and people looked down on people watching TV. It's like you should be reading a book, all this stuff. But I think that's flipped, and there's an understanding of the high quality nature of all types of content, from Looney Tunes to Friends, Big Bang Theory to Your Sopranos, and I think the binging has helped activate that, and I think there is that judgment anymore. And so that's one of the reasons I was so excited to work for this company, because I never felt that judgment with TV. My family loved watching TV. We would sit on that couch and we wouldn't judge each other for that. I would watch soap operas to those high quality pieces that were deemed as such back then. But now I think there's an understanding of all the different types of quality that's out there, and it doesn't matter if it's short or long, as long as it's really and it appeals to you from the storytelling perspective.
And when it comes to this group, and I just want to clarify when it comes to quality, and it ties into what you were saying, Andrea, because every streaming service is sort of fighting for that real estate on TV. When looking at the content that you're creating going into 2021, how important is this generation when producing new originals compared to other groups that you may have been marketing to 3 to 5 years ago?
Well, I can't speak too much to the production since we're not on the content team, but I would say that when it comes to our approach though, when it comes to really elevating that content is we look a lot at our handoff strategy and then what is the curation. So I think to Robbie's point too, it's quality kind of comes in all sort of styles of what is it that appeals to people, and there is such a broad range of what is connecting with people when it comes to the content. So our handoff strategy is really critical in terms of just keeping people in the door. So we want to keep them watching, engaging with us on the platform. So we think quite a bit about what are the connecting points too between our shows, whether it's relevance through the thematics or the actors. And then so that's how we want to connect people to more of the other quality to also drive additional content discovery, because there is so much content available on HBO Max that is kind of unmined for a lot of people too. So they're discovering quite a bit of even the older sort of nostalgia shows for the first time ever.
And then last one, I think I'll probably get cut off in a moment, but because this is a group that has been defined by purpose-driven type marketing, has that been something that you guys have been incorporating more and more into the advertising and sort of the ways that you're approaching this generation?
Yeah, I would say the purpose-driven marketing is a lot, and it comes through in our tone of voice. So it's something that we talk about quite a bit about, especially in this year where it's been unprecedented when it comes to the events that have happened, both with COVID as well as Black Lives Matter. So we've always wanted to be very thoughtful in that approach. So it's at the core of a lot of the things that we promote too. So in terms of the content strategy too and what we're elevating, we always want to make sure that we're representing the diverse voices, the diverse content that we have. And then really just making sure that we are taking that in mind as we're approaching the Gen Z audience, as well as even just broader audiences too as well. It's more important than ever, even for millennials, that brands have a purpose as they're thinking about the way that they market to users and consumers, and that we're looking at them as real people, not just wallets, right?
Sure. All right. I think I keep seeing the brand innovators pop up on my screen. Oh, and there's David. Want to be mindful of the next group. Oh, there you are.
Thanks, Edmund. So Thank you, Andrew and Robbie, for joining us today and sharing the awesome work you do on HBO Max and Edmund for that, facilitating that. That was a really great discussion. It strikes me how, things come full circle. As I'm listening, as I'm Gen X, and I remember the time when we were just getting our heads wrapped around millennials, before millennials started their own families now and are now the next generation of marketers, and they're thinking about Gen Z. So it kind of takes me back to some of those days. So thanks for the discussion, and appreciate that. So before we introduce our next fireside chat, a quick reminder to our audience members, we have a packed day and it's not too late for friends and colleagues to join. You can share today's link with them and they can join anytime. Moving on to our next speaker, we are joined by Erin Levzow, the Vice President of Marketing Technology for Del Taco Restaurants. This session will be moderated by Brett Gentry, Senior Vice President of American Sales at Gimbal. Welcome to the stage, Erin and Brett. And Brett, I'm going to hand it over to you.
All right. See if my video and everything's working here. Just a second. David, also I love the Social D license plate in the background. Thank you for having that there. Love it. Erin, it's great to see you again. The last time you and I were on one of these panels, you were at a very different company targeting a very different group of people. How's the transition been? How much homework did you have to do to get in the mindset of this new consumer?
I had to eat a lot of tacos, that's for sure. I came out of hotels hospitality at Marcus Hotels and Resorts and joined, it's almost been 2 months now, Del Taco Restaurants. Still living in Wisconsin though and loving it, but really ramping up quickly. Nice.
All right. So I struggle with when we do these to not just rattle off the same questions about how to market to this consumer, but I get stuck in that a little bit. I think this is the first one of these though where I'm not going to start with a COVID question because I think we're all completely sick of it and it's all been talked about to death. So to that point, the Gen Z consumer is known to have the shortest attention span of any human on the planet. How do you break through that? How do you get the attention of this person?
I'm not Gen Z, but I think I have a pretty short attention span as well. But it's difficult because it changes the way you look at all content, right? Traditional content being commercials and thinking about having 30 seconds, sometimes 60 seconds, which is unheard of, to tell a story to someone. But now you have to start with the end before you begin. And there's, I like to think of it as my degree's in theater, and there's a play called Endgame. And one of the quotes in it is, "The end is the beginning, and yet we go on." And so I find myself always searching for what's the outcome going to be, and then what's the journey to get there. And that to me is what Gen Z is looking for. Tell me where we're going, and then tell me how to get there.
Right. Okay. I too have a very short attention span, so I feel you on that one. It's interesting, you could be watching the series finale, the season finale of your favorite show, and you've been waiting for it for months, yet I'm sitting on the couch with my phone in my hand and looking at it probably more than I am the television. So that's a big challenge. So unlike past generations, even considering millennials, for Gen Z, their mobile device, their tablet is an extension of who they are. It is not a nice to have, it is a must have. How's Del Taco using digital, specifically your app or your website to provide better service, to engage and really provide better value for the consumer?
Yeah, and I don't even know if it's a Gen Z as much as just a nowadays thing. And I would say that because 3 years ago or so, I went to a conference and they asked everybody to hold up their phone. And they said, all right, everybody has a phone. Nobody was without a phone. And they said, all right, everybody pass your phone to the right. And you would have thought you were asked to murder a child. They all looked at the person we're not doing that. And that was 3 years ago. And now you think I still wouldn't do that, right? Your phone is your lifeline. Your tablet's your lifeline. You're not going to hand it just to anyone. I don't think Gen Z is any different than any of the other generations as it relates to that. Well, at least not to millennials for sure. At Del Taco, we focus on telling a story. And let's be honest, it's a It's an effing cool brand, right? Like it's fun. Like I'm selling tacos. We're not doing brain surgery here. And we get to have fun doing it. So like our current campaign is our boy Chris B. He's a punk rocker, 80s hair band, and he's singing about tacos. And what we did is like, okay, singing about tacos, why is that cool? No, he's a character. And so watching his little short clips on social media, they're 6 seconds of him talking about like how he got the name Crispy or how the band came to be called Crispy Tiger, or they talked about how he has tiger pants and he's like, because they fit. Like those were the only pants that fit. So like just dumb stuff that like when you watch it, you just laugh. And that seems to hit home because I think there's so much stress in our lives, generational, Gen Z and millennials, for everyone, that like we want that stupid fun, right?
Yeah.
And again, we don't take ourselves too seriously. We're selling tacos.
Right. Well, were you also saying that band is actually an actual hair band from the 80s?
Yeah, there is a real band called Steel Panther. And so we worked with them. They opened for like Def Leppard and stuff. They're outstanding and they're a lot of fun to work with.
Nice. That's so fun. So I spent some time on the Del Taco app over the past couple days. And I feel like it's hitting a lot of the needs that people have, you know, with mobile ordering and in-store pickup and all that stuff right now. And I think about when it prompts me for location services and things like that, and as it relates to privacy, seems like Gen Z is a little bit more attuned to privacy than most generations. Millennials, I think, accept the giving up their privacy is just part of the table stakes these days, whereas Gen Z, I think, is a little bit more in tune with maybe not allowing some of those things. How do you communicate that you care about their privacy, whether it's through your app or through other types of messaging?
Well, I think you just hit it on the head. It's not that they won't share their location. It's that they want to know why. What's in it for them? What are you doing with this data? And so it is about having the appropriate privacy policies, letting them know with whether it's pop-ups or messaging, hey, we're taking this seriously. We care about your data. And also Gen Z is also smart enough to know that their data is worth something, right? So if I'm giving you this data, what are you giving me in return? Whether it's you're going to show me the appropriate offers or whatever it might be. I think they've just become smarter to the fact that data for a company means something. And so if they're giving that to us, they are looking for something in return.
Yeah, I mean, you nailed a big part of our value prop on what we do here, but how do you communicate that? So when someone's downloading the app and you're asking them to turn on location services, what are you showing them as the value add? Is the value add that you'll be able to better know what stores to go to, that you'll be able to get food delivered better? Like what's the trade-off?
Yeah, it's being able to get sending the right messaging, having the pop-up that shows, hey, share your location with us. We're going to use that to make sure you get the most relevant offers, right? It's that simple. I don't want to overcomplicate it because it's not complicated. It's really just flat out telling them, this is why you're sharing this with us. And I'm seeing that a lot more, not just in Del Taco's app, but in all apps and places where permissions are being asked. They're telling you right away. Before it was, hey, do you want to share your data? Do you want to share your location? Now it's, hey, if you share your location, here's what you're getting in return. And I think that's really important because otherwise, why am I sharing my data with you?
Right. No, I completely agree. And over the years, we've worked with a lot of customers on doing that exact thing, because it used to be, to your point, you get this black and white message that says, do you want location services tracking you all the time? No, I don't think I do. But you know, if you're showing, okay, here's what you unlock and here's the value that you get by doing it, it's a total game changer. So with that said, I think Gen Z really values one-to-one communication. They want to feel special. You know, I think they feel growing up with everyone's getting a trophy at the end of their, you know, whatever sport that they're playing. So what does one-to-one communication look like for Del Taco?
I would say that is getting offered. It's going to sound weird, but depending on the kind of taco you like, right? Depends on the kind of messaging you get or how frequently you want to get that messaging. And again, I've only been here 2 months, so it's going to evolve and change. And I'm sure we'll be doing many different things over the next year, but you can get personalized with tacos. Now, right now we segment, like if you're a vegan, we have Beyond Meat tacos, which are amazing. So that means there's no meat in them. They are made with the Beyond product. and they're so good. And when I talk to vegans, they're like, I love your Beyond tacos. But if you served me that ad, that might not be enticing to me because I do love meat. On the flip side, I don't want to show heavy meat products to someone who is like, no, I don't have any interest in that whatsoever. So there does start to become segmentation in that respect.
Right.
And also just finding out what their favorite local Del Taco is and being able to serve them offers that are going on if they're different in different areas. We do have franchisees throughout the country that have different offerings going on. And then right now we have Crispy Chicken partnered with Cholula. We partnered with Cholula, the brand, to roll out Cholula Crispy Chicken Tacos, which are outstanding if you haven't tried them. And in fact, today, if you buy one combo meal, you get one combo meal free, which is a big deal for us.
Nice. Well, I mean it without any sense of pandering, but Del Taco is hands down the fast food of choice in our household. And you talk about having specific ordering. Everyone in my house has got the most belabored changes for every product that they want. I gotta like be on my game when I'm going through that drive-through line. So Gen Z, as I read, I am far from Gen Z. I've got children who are early Gen Zers. They don't want to be sold products. At least that's what I'm told. They want to be sold experiences. What's the experience that you're selling at Del Taco?
Yeah, so we obviously have a value-based product, right? It's QSR plus, meaning we also make our food fresh. So you will come into our restaurant and we're actually slicing and dicing avocados and the cheese and all those things, which you typically do not find in the QSR space. So now you have a fresh product that is value-based and very convenient. And so when you ladder those three things together, you have an outstanding product, and then we get to have fun doing it. So you get a fresh taco, which for Gen Z, who we're learning is starting to focus a little more on health, a little more on those things, to have a product that you know where it's coming from is really exciting.
Yeah, definitely. I think you partially answered this for my first question, but so you're settling into this role. I know that there's different responsibilities that you're going to be taking over as the team kind of shakes out. What is Del Taco not doing that you're hoping to start doing to reach this consumer better, in coming months and quarters?
Well, I will tell you that my position was brand new. This position didn't exist before, so it's leading marketing technology. And so we have a great foundation, but we get to build from there. And what that means is like looking at what our CRM looks like and building out from there. If you read any of the articles that our CEO or our CMO have done in the past, probably 3 or 4 months, they'll talk a lot about how we are leaning into technology. And that's exciting for us, especially at the size of our company, being able to go, you know what, we need to take the information customers are giving us and be able to use it to help better serve them. So that's what we're going to focus on, is really how does our marketing technology stack really ladder up to providing a better experience for our consumer.
Can you give some examples of where you might see some deficiencies there? Like what specific things are you hoping to employ?
I wouldn't say deficiencies. I would say building on an already foundation. So for example, we believe that our customer should be able to get our food the way they want it, right? So I don't have necessarily anything to do with the way they order their food, from like how they off the menu. But what I can do is help get it to them, right? So the convenience of getting the food wherever they want it, whenever they want it, whether it's through delivery service providers, through our own online ordering system, through the app, through understanding what offers are available to them at what time, because we have a breakfast menu, which is stellar, all the way through a late night. Many of our restaurants are open 24 hours a day. So being able to handle that entire stretch of time to make sure they know, and no matter where they are, we can get them that food. So from an anemic place, I wouldn't say we're anemic anywhere. I would say that we have opportunity to build on what the current structure already exists, as well as looking at what loyalty is going to look like in the future for us. So it's currently, our app is offers based, right? You can get offers in there, interact in there. There's no loyalty structure. What does that look like? What could that feel like for a consumer in the future? And that's something we are definitely exploring.
This is not necessarily a question. It's a thought, because I spent a lot of time looking at QSR apps and just kind of seeing how useful they are. And it's amazing to me how some of them, especially SoCal-based QSRs, which there's quite a few, they don't really do anything other than it's just a presence on an app. And how do those guys survive? Like, how do you reach a Gen Z consumer when they can't even work with your product through the app?
So I don't disagree with you. I think that brands think that because they're getting engagement, they assume it's working. And for example, there is a QSR in the space that has an offers-based app. I'm not talking about my own, although I probably could use that as an example. That whenever I think I want to go eat at that restaurant, right? I want to go get food from there. I think about wanting to go get food from there, and then I go, maybe I'll check their app and see if there's a deal in there. So as far as I'm concerned, that's potentially cannibalizing sales. I was already making the determination mentally that I'm going to there, I'm going to get food from there, and then I checked the app for a deal, right?
Right.
Versus the deal driving me to get the food. That on the brand side, they're seeing it as like, well, someone used the deal in the app. Well, I was already coming. So from the consumer side, do I have the app? Yes. Do I use it for offers? Yes, when I plan on going there, but only if I already planned on going there. So it doesn't actually drive user behavior. I think, so to your point, what's the point, right? Like, which is really your question. I don't know. I think that eventually we have to level up from there, and brands are going to have to get smarter on like, all right, by giving these offers, what does that do to our average ticket? Did it improve our transaction count? And if it didn't, then does it make sense to do it, right?
Right.
On the flip side, if you've trained your consumer that there's always a deal there, and then you take away the deal, now does that hurt you?
Yeah. I think for me personally, it's more about using the services within the app that are mostly already there to alert me of a location that's nearby. If I'm driving by in a place where I don't know, but I know I like Del Taco, but it's letting me know where one is, because sometimes they can be a little hard to find. They're in smaller areas sometimes.
Yeah.
So those services I think are critical, regardless of whether you're Starbucks or Del Taco. Like, help me find you. Let me know when you're going by, because you never know.
Yes. Or when there's a very, very special promotion, that might actually drive user behavior. And I won't lie, I did go to Starbucks when they were giving away the Christmas cups the other day. I got a note saying on that day you could go and get a Christmas cup. I actually showed up a day early accidentally, and the guy's like, that's tomorrow. So they got 2 transactions out of me.
Nice. All right. So video. Video is driving everything, I think, for this generation. How are you using video? How do you want to use it differently where you're not currently doing it? Like, what does video mean for Del Taco and reaching this consumer right now?
Video is huge, not just for Del Taco. It's huge for everyone, like you said. And again, it's not about long form video anymore. It's about short, scrappy, fun, funny, witty, shareable content. And I don't say shareable and not in the terms of viral, but shareable as like, TikTok, right? I get sucked into TikTok for hours and hours and hours. And those videos are like anywhere from 6 to 15 seconds. And then I sit with my husband and I go, do you want to see the funniest TikToks you've ever seen? And he's like, I don't, but I'll watch them because I love you. And I'll flip through them and I'm laughing hysterically and he's just staring at me. And we're 2 very different generations, right? And he thinks it's the weirdest thing. Like, why is that content funny to you? I'm like, it's hysterical. And I liken that to when I talk to Gen Zers. That's what they're doing. They're flipping through and it's just quick spurts, right? They're the ones sending 500 to 600,000 Snapchats every 6 months. That's insane, right? Like I've sent like 2,000.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. What brands in your vertical are doing it right? Who's doing things that you hope to be doing, or who's nailing it?
I think, well, we look not just in our own vertical, but other verticals as well. And obviously we keep an eye on all the players that everybody keeps an eye on, right? The Starbucks, the Burger Kings, the Chick-fil-A's, right? Everybody has to have their eye on those guys. But then we look outside of that too, and fun brands that are not even in restaurants, right? Whether they're in hospitality or retail, just to see what's happening, right? Whether it's Zappos or DSW from a shoe and how their messaging and their campaigns are looking. Kohl's always does a nice job around the holidays. So like just keeping an eye on what are people doing, what's witty, what's different. The same way we all watch the Budweiser or the Super Bowl commercials, right? To wait and see like what's happening. Oreo has had some really great wins over the last couple of years.
Right.
They seem to be leveling it up, but it's keeping an eye not just on our own vertical, because if we all just watch each other, like how are we leveling ourselves up?
Yeah, no, I agree. I just ask about the vertical because I feel like the QSR vertical has the most levity, or most often does outlandish things that really seem to drive sales. You think about like what Burger King does, you know, when they're saying if you're near a McDonald's, come get a burger or whatever.
Go eat McDonald's.
I feel like you can push the limits where other brands potentially can't or aren't willing to try.
And Burger King's done a lot of fun stuff too. It's just interesting to watch, and because I'm in the space, people often share stuff back where they'll be like, did you see what so-and-so's doing? And you're like, oh, interesting. Let's keep an eye on that, right? And because, again, it's a small industry, so we're all friends, right? I talk to all these guys all the time, and that's what's great about it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. I don't know exactly how much time we have. I know we're going to leave room for questions. I've got a couple more of my own, but I'm hoping that some start rolling through. How are you utilizing influencers? I know that, you know, you've got your big brand name influencers that everybody knows, and you've got the more kind of micro niche ones that have got kind of maybe a specific story to tell for your consumers. But how's Del Taco utilizing influencers right now?
So we recently, when we launched Crispy and our 80s hairband, Crispy Tiger, we sent out the kits that people received that were like your typical 80s hairband media kits that you would receive if your band's going on tour, and people loved them. And what would happen now is if you go on YouTube or all these places, these guys that were advocates of Del Taco and fit completely in the mix with our Crispy Tiger demo, went through the drive-thrus, they ate in their car, they're eating like those dashboard diners, right? You're sitting at your dashboard and you have your tacos and your burger, and they're talking about Crispy Tiger. They're talking about our Cholula crispy chicken taco, and they do such a great job. Like, we don't even have to say anything. They do it for us. So influencer marketing is, I think, for any brand a must, but it's always been a must. Like, we've just started labeling it over the past few years, influencer marketing. It's always been word of mouth marketing, right? You could go to a word of mouth marketing conference and they go, oh, who's talking about your brand? What are those people? And you knew how important they were based on how many people they talked to. Same idea as influencer marketing, just digitally, right? But for us, it is important. I think for any brand, it's important.
Yeah. How much social listening are you doing to help make sure you get to the right influencers?
So our social team does a great job, and that's exactly what they're doing, is listening, figuring out who's talking about us, why they're talking about us, and infiltrate. And sometimes if it's a negative interaction that someone had right away and we flip that can be sometimes your biggest advocate, is someone who might have not had a great experience and you're able to make it a great experience for them. They're the ones that are going to tell their friends.
Right. How do brands similar to yours that have been around, some of them for decades, hundreds of years, some of them, how do they stay relevant to Gen Z without sacrificing the core of who they are?
I would say that, one, you have to have a solid product, right? Your product, no matter who you are, it has to be a good product. And then outside of that, it's continuing to reinvent yourself, right? The same person I was 10 years ago is not the same person I am today. It's the same for a brand. I have a personal brand. We have a restaurant brand or a hotel brand or a retail brand. And it's reinventing yourself, really looking inside yourself. Do your core values stay the same? Yes. But is the image you're putting out different? Absolutely. I no longer have feather bangs and a side ponytail, because you move and you grow with the times, the same thing your brand does.
But the feather bangs and the ponytail might go well with the current campaign, so I'm just saying.
Totally.
All right. Let's see. What are your 2021 predictions or outlook for the QSR category?
I think it'll continue to grow. I think that what's been interesting is during the pandemic, we've seen people, for me, my family personally has gotten closer and closer together and grown closer together, because guess what? We have nowhere to go. But families have gotten in the car and drove to a QSR, gone through the drive-through together. It's actually become family time because you're eating out together, or, hey, I'm going to go pick up McDonald's or whatever. Everybody's getting in the car, like, I'll go with you. And I think that's really interesting. And it'd be great if we could hold on to that through 2021 of people being like, yeah, let's all go through the drive-through together and like have that experience. And how do we level up that experience in the QSR space as well? I think curbside, people just being able to pull up and the food's right there. It's all there. What the pandemic has done for us is just accelerated everything. So all the stuff we've been talking about for the past 5 years, it took everything technology-wise and just shoved it out the door, right? It said, hey, you were testing curbside, but now it's a mandate. You have to have it. You were testing being able to check in, drive up, and pick up something from a distance. Now you have to have it. You were testing the ability to have an interaction without having to communicate with a real life person. Now it's a must-have. And so all these things we were testing before just moved them right along, which has been great. And I hope it continues through 2021.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on the drive-through part, but I would argue that it's almost mandatory for certain places that you drive through with the whole family. You need it immediately. This is like Del Taco. You want that taco crispy? Don't try driving home. You want those fries from In-N-Out to be good? Those have about a 15-minute shelf life, so you better drive through and eat them really quick.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that, so, you're being relatively new there. I'm not sure if you're going to, well, I'll give you some levity on this one. How have the media plans for Del Taco changed during COVID? Or have you seen some insight into that, or are we so deep into COVID in your time here that you're not really focused on that too much?
Oh man, I would have to go back and look at what the pre-COVID media plan was, but I know that digital is still core, but that was core before. And like you said, video, right? That's where you're targeting that demo. And to me, when we talk about like, how do you talk to Gen Z versus millennial? Like at the end of the day, it's really a psychographic of what's that type of person you're talking to? What do they feel like, look like? What do they think about? And I'm a millennial. And when people bucket me into millennials, I'm like, that's not me. That's not who I am, right? I don't have a trophy. I wish I had a trophy. I don't have a trophy. But how do you think? How do you look? And then someone goes, well, you're not like all the millennials. There's actually 22 different versions of millennial. And I'm like, let's just target the thought process and the psychographic and less the generation necessarily.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, all of us have traits of every different type of generation and different social classes that are out there, and we're all unique from a certain standpoint. But to that point, what do you think effect this generation is going to have on big corporations moving forward, as far as, when they start to have leadership, into their 20s and 30s? I think the math tells us that this generation is like anywhere right now between like 8 and 20 early 20 something years old. Not quite in the workforce in a meaningful way yet, but what are they gonna be demanding when they're in the workforce?
I think we've already seen it. I think what's interesting is we talked about how millennials wanted flexibility to work from home and do all this stuff. And then the pandemic came and it shoved everybody to work from home. And guess who excelled really well at it? Millennials. They went, oh yeah, we can do this. We've wanted to do this for so long. But I think we're going to continue to see that ability to be flexible with their work, to be not given anything, but to be rewarded for what they've earned, right? This idea that we work without any type of appreciation is kind of crazy to me. My parents always said, well, it's your job. It's because it's your job. You shouldn't expect appreciation. Well, no, I should. Like, if I do a good job, I would like someone to say, hey, that was a good job, right? And I think that's where it differed. I think Coca-Cola did a study years ago where it said all the different generations, when you laddered them up and overlaid them on top of each other, the one core difference, we all worked hard, baby boomers, all of us, millennials, Gen Z, all of us, the one core difference is Gen Z and millennials had happiness in the center. So it was important to us. It was core to who we were. And that didn't exist necessarily for my parents' generation. They wanted to work hard. They want all this stuff, but happiness wasn't necessarily number one.
I definitely agree that it feels like a more enlightened group who's more in touch with what's going to make them happy moving forward. I think Gen Z even much more so than millennial, and for me, Gen X, we got our priorities all fucked up. But I would be remiss without telling you this, because the last time we did one of these, you had just come back from Las Vegas. And I haven't driven to Vegas in a long time, but I will tell you that there is a Del Taco in Bakersfield between LA and Las Vegas that has, like, whatever you order, you get a taco, and it's double the size of any other Del Taco on the planet. And it's always a treat to go there because they just, like, everything is enormous. I don't know if they're just hitting a certain market, but it is like
Nice.
like the Disneyland of Del Tacos on the way to Vegas.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Let me see. Going to these questions that are written really small. You've gotten that one. So I've got no more group questions. I've gone through my questions. I think we're close to the end of our time, so I'm not getting any messages from David, so I'm not quite sure where we're at. Until we're bothered, I guess, for me, what do you think is important when you're thinking about this generation? Like, how much of, whether you're Coca-Cola or Mountain Dew or whoever you are, you want to lock these consumers in as early as possible so that they're going to you instead of going to Taco Bell, right? Because I think that the consumer going to Del Taco is not the same consumer going to Del Taco, in my opinion. How do you lock them in to be your loyal consumer versus theirs?
Well, one, I think it's about consistency. I think for any brand, it's about consistency, right? So you have to have the same experience yesterday that you're going to have today. The other thing that I think helps is the air in which the quality of the product, right? So like I can confidently say our product has a high quality to it for QSR. That's why I say it borderlines QSR plus. You do not go to a QSR restaurant where they make fresh guacamole. It does not happen. Ours does, right? And if you look online, you can find a commercial where we rivaled it up to some very, very, very high profile fast casual guacamole that you, I'm sure, know. And it rivaled it and people loved it. And those were like real taste testers. So I will tell you that that's what sets us apart is people come and they know they can count on our quality. They can count on the value they're going to get, and they're going to count on the freshness.
Got you. I asked this in another way, but I'm going to ask it again because either I wasn't paying close enough attention or I didn't hear it. What's the biggest kind of, as a MarTech lead for Del Taco, what's the biggest initiative you'd like to see fulfilled going into next year that you see not happening right now? Whether it's some kind of software that gets built into the app, making curbside pickup easier, like you said, using more of your own internal data. Like, what's the big thing that you're hoping to accomplish next year?
I think looking at our CRM and loyalty structure will be hands down where I spend a lot of time. Is what does that look like? What drives the consumer and how we can meet their needs while still helping, I don't want to say increase their spend, although on our end, of course, increase their spend, but having them understand why adding something that maybe they haven't tried before is going to be really exciting for them, right? So educating the consumer and then looking at our CRM and loyalty.
Do you see that as a primary mechanism of an app, or is it everything working together between the marketing on TV and radio and in-store, or is that mainly an app-driven?
No, it's everything. And I say that because not everyone's going to download your app. I don't care what brand you are. Not everyone's going to download your app. Now, my job is to make sure they understand why it benefits them to have the app. But I need to be everywhere they want to be. And we saw that start a couple years ago when, I don't know, maybe it's been 5 years now, when Domino's was like, tweet a pizza, right? And people were like, what? But what they did was they went, we need to be wherever our customers want to find us. And so to me, I'm not saying we're going to tweet a taco, although now when you say it like that, it sounds fun. But you need to look at those places that your consumer wants to interact with you and make sure you're there. And like I said, not everybody wants to download an app.
Yeah. I agree with you. And I need to do some cleaning of apps on my phone, but I do feel like for a lot of places, that app just makes it so much easier, especially in times of COVID. I've probably downloaded at least 5 to 10 apps that are helping me buy products much more quickly.
Mm-hmm. Same. And I would say that in case anyone's listening from DSW, I flip and love their app. anytime my kids need shoes or anything, I go in, I search, I can filter exactly to what I need. It's like one click buy. It's the greatest thing in the world.
Absolutely. So here's a question from the group. Do you believe the Gen Z audience consumer will be easier or more difficult to drive brand loyalty versus millennials and older?
I don't think it'll be any more difficult. I think that it's just going to be different how you talk to them, right? And again, it goes back to psychographics. So not all are created equal, right? It goes back to what they decide and deem cool, hip, and trendy, and making sure that your brand fits within their core values as a generational group. And so this conversation is really that question, and this conversation is no different than the same one we had with millennials. Like, millennials are going to be so hard to get to. Turns out they're really easy because they all had technology everywhere all the time. And they told us everything about themselves. Gen Z so far has shown us that they're very similar, but the only difference is, which we started this conversation with, is they just want to know what you're doing with everything, right?
Right.
And some of that is just because of the times and that we've trained people. Gen Z is also, I think, the first generation that will have never come out of an analog world. So millennials, we did analog and then learned digital. That's why we're probably the best people in the world. But they've never known, right? Like, they're the ones that, like, there's a meme going around where they asked kids to, like, what does this mean, right? Versus what does this mean? And they said, pretend you're talking on the phone, and they all go like this, like a palm, because they only know a smartphone. And so, like, to you and I, this means telephone. They were like, I don't know what this means, but this meant telephone to them. And to me, that was the strangest thing. So you start to see those things when someone, because they haven't known anything else.
Yeah, it's interesting. I read something about that before this call, exactly to your point, that this generation, the technology is there and it's so easy for them to use that they don't understand. Like, if they didn't have it, they wouldn't know how to build it or make it, right? Whereas our generations had to figure out how these are going to be incorporated into our lives, where these were thrust upon them. So if you took it all away, they would be lost a bit. But
I just had to explain to my children the other day, because we were watching regular TV and it wasn't recorded, and it went to commercial, and they all were like, Mom, fast forward. And I was like, I can't do it. Like, this is a commercial. And they're like, what is happening? Where's our show? And I had to explain to them what commercial breaks were and why they were happening and why I could not do anything about that for them. But yet they know exactly how to stream YouTube onto the TV, no problem. And they don't mind the pre-roll that happens before the YouTube, because they know that it's going to happen.
I feel like my girls, I have a 9 and an 11-year-old. I feel like they're at the point now where they enjoy the commercials. Like
really?
And also to I think Robbie's point, who was at HBO earlier, when he said that he was fine to not be judged by watching TV. As much as we also go to Del Taco, we watch TV, and we're not ashamed of it. And we actually we like some of the commercials too. So
good.
Well, we have a couple more minutes. What else would you like to share with the group? I'd love to know which QSR brand you'd most like to take down to take a big slice of their business away. I mean, we can easily assume it's probably Taco Bell, but like I see you as more competing with like a Rubio's or a Wahoo's as opposed to a Taco Bell. But I can
see that.
Who's about to want to pick?
Del Taco hasn't ever been quiet, right? Like, so if you Google on YouTube, old Del Taco commercials, there's a commercial out there. It's on the internet. Anyone can see it. And I can't remember the character's name, but he was like a Del Taco corporate employee. And that was the commercial bit. And he was standing in front of the Taco Bell headquarters, and he's like, this is what our headquarters is going to look like soon. And then he like holds up a little sign that says Del Taco, and he puts it in front of where the Taco Bell sign is. And he's like, and that's where my office is going to be. And like, it's just funny. And so like Del Taco's never had any problem poking fun, like all in good fun, right? Like, it's never like mean or, hey, we're coming at you. It's just in good fun of like, let's have fun. The same way that you see Wendy's talk to Burger King and Wingstop talk to other brands, right? Like, it's just in good fun to we're sharing the consumer. And we know that fast food or QSR consumers don't always just eat with us. They do go around and eat. The share of stomach goes to different restaurants. So, of course, Taco Bell is someone we keep our eye on. But at the end of the day, it's really about the QSR share of stomach. And if we can drive one more trip from them, then we're winning.
Right. I remember those commercials with that guy. The ad agency that I first started at was across the street from the Taco Bell headquarters at the time. And they would do these commercials where he'd be out front just doing ridiculous things in front of their corporate headquarters. I love those.
It cracks me up. And it's the same, so Del Taco was featured this January on SNL. And I posted it one day and I was like, hey, do you feel like you made it when you work for the brand that was featured on Saturday Night Live? I feel like I made it when that happens, and they're just making fun of it, but it's funny.
You're still there.
Yeah.
Great. Well, Erin, thank you so much. It looks like we've got Social D back. So I really enjoyed it. Thank you for letting me be a part of this, and I hope we can do it again sometime.
Likewise. Thank you.
Sure thing.
So thank you both. Both stay on for a moment because I've got a question for each of you. But Brett, I'm gonna give Erin a break for a second and ask you first. And I appreciate you bringing up Social D. As Gen X, we may not have happiness at the center, but we have Mike Ness, so he helps us. Brett, my question for you is, I think we glazed on this topic, but I'd love to get a little bit more insight from you as someone who deals with data and customer data, right? And from the research that I've seen and from the insights that I've been able to glean, and also being a parent of 2 Gen Zers, it is a generation that is a bit suspicious about their personal data, especially compared to millennials. So what have you seen in that regard? As I think that is obviously, we all know how important that is. So when you have a generation that's coming up that's a little bit more mindful of their digital footprint, what's the takeaway there for marketers?
Yeah, I think Erin answered it perfectly. So Gimbal is an identity-driven marketing and ad platform that's powered by physical world data, and we gather that data. And I'm really not trying to pitch here. We gather that data by having our software embedded in thousands of apps, a lot of apps very similar to Del Taco and others. But if you don't have that value trade, I think Gen Z, but even almost everybody at this point, but them more than anybody, saying, what are you bringing to me? So you have to, when you're asking them to either have location services turned on while using the app, or always on, or not on at all, you need to give them a good reason to share that data, right? And a lot of times it's further incentives, more seamless transition on getting your product from that store, or whatever, or just a better user experience in general. You have to have that value exchange. We work with some banks where we help users get into bank locations more quickly without having to get their phone out during cold weather. And that only happens if you're sharing that data and sharing your location.
Yeah.
So I think it all comes down to a value exchange, whether it's location data or others.
So the value exchange becomes even more important, essentially, which means it has to be clear from the beginning. Well, thank you for that. All right, Erin, we were not done with you yet. Beyond ponytails and feathered hair and the numerous 80s band mentions, which I enjoyed all of them. I really enjoyed, especially your descriptor of how COVID is essentially this accelerator. It's something that I talked about. I wrote a Forbes column, exactly that COVID-19 is the great accelerator. So I fully agree with that. You put it so succinctly, and I was wondering if you could dig just a little bit, as much as you feel comfortable, in just highlighting, just from a marketing operations perspective, since digital transformation is being accelerated, just from a marketing operations perspective, what are some of the challenges that you feel like are on the fast track now?
Contactless. So everybody's that's the word of the year, I think, is that and unprecedented and all these other words that we say all the time now. But contactless, we need to do contactless. Everything needs to be contactless. How do we not touch you, talk to you? How do we not come in with feet of you? How is everything sanitized, right? Like Walmart's Black Friday deal right now is a phone sanitizer. And you're like, that has never been something I've needed before. And so those things are, I think, constantly a challenge. I'll tell you, in the hospitality space, before I moved over, one of our challenges was just getting the funding to change out all the doors to be able to be a room key, check in, and then be able to use your phone to open your door. And everybody went, oh, yeah, we'll do it eventually. Well, guess what? The pandemic hit, and all of a sudden, everybody can mobily check in and open their door with their phone, right? Because we don't have to exchange keys and no one has to talk to me, and we can lower labor costs. And like I said, it's that great accelerator, and it poses its own challenge, right? I think you will not talk to a marketer or a technology person that, and I'm sure other industries too that I'm not familiar with, that hasn't just killed themselves for the past year trying to roll out something like this as fast as we have this year with everything accelerating has been intense, right? So we're coming into the holidays and everybody's tired, but we have pushed and we've pushed hard. And so I joke that even in a crisis, there's positive that comes out of it. And when I look back at where we started 2020, we have really accelerated a lot in the MarTech space, which has been really exciting and beneficial for our different industries. However, we're going to end this year exhausted. And so, you know, we can't help us. 2021 is like just a breath of fresh air.
Well, I love your point about contactless and what a challenge that's been. And it makes me also think of something that you wouldn't really naturally think about, which is that old technology have a place. Look at the QR code, right? I mean, who would have thought
it made a comeback?
Accelerated. I mean,
yeah,
QR codes having their day.
I do not think they're cute things, and I've always joked how much I dislike them. And then right around April, all of a sudden everything was QR codes, and I was like, so the QR code's making a comeback, you guys. Like, okay, I'm gonna get on board with this.
Well, took 100 years in a pandemic, but here we are. Well, thank you both. I mean, really great stuff. I enjoyed the banter, but also like so much useful, great information and such an insight into this category and the implications with Gen Z. So really great stuff.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, so we are going to switch over to some housekeeping before we get into our next segue here. So just a reminder to our audience to use the hashtag BILivecast. And any post that you're tweeting about today, we want to hear what you're saying. And so for our next session, we have our keynote by Rob Smith. Rob is the CEO and co-founder of the Fluid Project with a PH. After his presentation, Rob will be taking questions from the audience, so be sure to send those in. So welcome to the stage, Rob. Make sure you're unmuted and videos turned on.
Yeah. Trying to do that right now. Hold on.
No problem. You're going to see the two oval buttons, and they're going to be a little grayed out, so it might be hard to see.
All right. Let's just do this. Hold on. Oh, man.
If only we had a QR code that could make this happen.
Come on, buddy. There we go.
We can hear you. We can definitely hear you. We just can't see your screen.
All right. There we go. How's this?
Excellent. There you are.
Right.
We can see you. We can hear you. And that is an impressive background. It looks like it should be Zoom, out of a magazine, but it's probably an actual bedroom.
It's just another bedroom. It's just another bedroom. Yeah. Well, nice to see you. Thanks for inviting me.
You're welcome. So I'm going to give you the floor, Rob. You can take it from here.
Okay, let me get my screen up for everybody. All right, here we go. Let's see if I can do this. All right, here we go. Got it? A little big. You just shrink it just a little bit more. I can do this. Sorry, everybody. So, you guys got to get the right size. Hold on. Let's see. All right. Well, it's not working for 1 second. Let me try to close out and try it again. It's still not giving me the access to the full screen. But anyway, my name is Rob Smith. I'm the CEO and founder of the Fluid Project, and I'm here today to talk to you about my experience with Gen Z and done through the conversation around gender identity and gender expression. So you can see from my screen, part of it's cut off, but I'll just tell you a bit about myself. So this is me. I am a husband. I'm a brother. I'm a son. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a mentor. I'm a member of the LGBTQ community. I'm a human rights activist, and I've worked 30 some years in the retail space. I spent 22 years at Macy's. I have spent 2 years at Victoria's Secret, and I finished my professional career or corporate career at Nike and Levi's. But I spent a lot of my time really working on social justice, especially with LGBTQ youth, with the Hedrick Martin Institute and Athlete Ally. Currently, I'm sitting on the board of directors of CMED and leading the CSR initiative. And at a certain point, I decided to quit my job, and I decided to embark on a journey of self-discovery and of merging my passion and my profession, which is retail, and my passion, which is social justice. And what this has brought us to is a time for us to think differently. We have to get past our own mental barriers, make room for new ideas and all people. And this charge is really led by Gen Z. So we're constantly in a state of unlearning and relearning. We're doing this right now. So I think about it, what we're doing with gender equality, we're thinking about how women can advance and become the same around equity and opportunity as their male counterparts. We're talking a lot about racial equality, certainly Black Lives Matter and all racial equality. We're entering a broader global economy, and we're looking at the impact of our planet and what we're doing to it. And queer equality, and I say queer because if you're a Gen Zer, this is the word used for LGBTQIA+. So, okay, hold on a second. There we go. Now Isabel's taking control. You can see the full screen. Thanks, Isabel. All right, so let's go to the next one. All right, and the next one. All right, here we go. So I mentioned I wanted to live a more altruistic life, merging my profession and my passion, which is the Fluid Project. And the Fluid Project, if you haven't heard of us, is a gender-free brand. I'll tell you more about it, but what I decided to do based on basically the advice of, like there wasn't a person who thought this was a good idea, but to open up a store on Broadway. And the reason I opened up a store is I really wanted to get to know the customer, get to know who the consumer was, and get to know the community. I wanted to earn trust, gain knowledge, and every single day was like a focus group for me. And I really spent about 2 years almost every day in the store, learning about the community, and then sharing. That was what I like to do, what I learned in that time, and what I continue to learn. Next. All right, so the reality is, and I think all of us know this, and when we talk about this today, that we are the center of a cultural zeitgeist. What does that mean? Next. Here's a great quote from a stakeholder at Fluid, who says, "We Gen Z are the first generation to say, hey, wait, stop. What are we doing things the way we've always done them? We're the first generation to question the status quo every single time." So they're really challenging us to challenge the status quo. And within the queer community, we're seeing a shift as we become, I use the word normalized. And the shift that's happening in this space is we're moving from who we go to bed with, which is our sexual orientation, to who we go to bed as, which is our gender identity. Next. So at the same time, this is interesting, something very scary is happening. So GLAAD does a survey each year, and they didn't release this statistic, but it's shocking. It says that for the first time since they've been doing polling, that millennials are having less support of the queer community than ever before. And the reason that's happening is because they say that as young queer people, we're making it so confusing because it's not about sexual orientation, but it's about gender identity. And it's impacting a lot of people. So this is, without getting too much into it, but this is how we break out through the gender unicorn. There's your sex, which is how you're assigned at birth, your gender identity, which is not always, intersected. If your sex is birth at male and you identify as male, you're cisgendered. If your sex at birth is male and you identify as female, you're transgender. And there's a lot of folks who identify in between. Gender expression has nothing to do with who you want to go to bed with or how you identify, and who you're sexually attracted to has nothing to do with your identity, your expression, or your identity. Just a little bit of information. I could spend a whole hour on this, but I will spare you that. But if you're interested, let me know. Pronouns are becoming more commonplace, and I'll share some statistics around that. And next, because everybody likes data, I'll dig into some data. So how big is the LGBTQ community? It's $1 trillion in purchasing power. 75% of the queer community stays loyal to queer-friendly brands. Right now, this is really interesting. Only 48% of Gen Z identify as exclusively heterosexual. So that means we've got a queer generation. Over 52% identify somewhere on the queer spectrum. And when it comes to transgender, 1.5 million of US adults identify as transgender, which is a pretty shocking number. If it was a state, the 40th largest state, if the entire state was populated by transgender individuals. Next. And even in more data, just Gen Z, as we know, accounts for $145 billion in spending. What's more interesting, I think, is their influence on their parents and how their parents spend. 80% of parents are influenced by their youth's recommendations. Gen Z is a third of the population. And a really interesting statistic that came out in University of California last year that said in California, youth, teens, a quarter of them identify on the gender spectrum of neither identify as strictly male or female. So nearly a quarter now of young teens identify in the gender spectrum. 81% of Gen Z believe a person should not be defined by their gender, which is a huge generational shift. As many of us worked very hard about especially women, work to be defined by their gender. And now 56% of Gen Z shop across gender lines. So they're, men's, women's department doesn't really matter. They shop across gender lines. The number also, as far as anyone who knows someone who's has a gender neutral pronoun, it's 30%, 33%. And that number is shifting dramatically, getting closer to 50% the younger people are who are asked. All right, so before I go into the Fluid project and some of the things we're focusing on, just want to know if there's any questions, feel free to pop them in. I'll keep going just to stay on time. So our mission at the Fluid project is to challenge boundaries with humanity. And we do this through community, activism, education, fashion, retail, and charity. And somebody said, and it really resonated with me, that a product without a community is a commodity. And when I think about Fluid, it is grounded in values, and community is the most important part of who we are and what we do. So the Fluid project is important because society has taught us really, this idea that gender is a social construct. From birth, we're forced into a binary space with the assignment of an M or F on our birth certificates. And along that comes a set of expectations of what it is to be a male, what it is to be a female. Now, there's certainly opportunities, for a woman to be emotional and to have, to be able to cry and be sensitive. And most boys or men are raised to be, aggressive, or, whatever we think about these ideas of what is being male or female. And we want to break those apart, both through your expression and your identity. So our mission is to give people the tools and experiences that empower them to reinvent the status quo, to be themselves. Doesn't matter who you are, who you want to be, what you do, where you come from. The Fluid Project's a gleaming beacon of hope that the world doesn't need to have to be the way it simply is, because the way it was, and it's always been. No one's challenged this until Generation Z. The press has said a few cool things, which I think is, which really speaks to this idea of who the brand is built for. And this is where fashion meets activism as the world's first gender-free store. So when we launched, this was 2.5 years ago, that I firmly believe that if you lead with your values, if you lead with activism, if you lead with the community, eventually they'll find you. We at Fluid haven't spent $1 yet on marketing. The only money we spend is on community engagement in person and spreading word of mouth. And gender-free shopping is a movement, not a trend, which is really important. Some people call it a trend. This is the future, as far as I can see, or part of the future. So we have a value system, which is core to who Fluid is and what we stand for. And I think it's really important. We're redoing our website. It should be up tomorrow, but we're leading with our values. And every time I do a presentation, I lead with values. And we just launched a fragrance line, which will be in Sephora in, a week and online only, but each of the fragrances are named for our values. Each is a value. And so it's imperative to us to have these values guide us and to share it with our consumer, who is primarily Generation Z. So it really, encourages and promotes morale and a personal and professional lives apart, or to get alike together. We live in an unlearning and relearning time, and this reality demands both respect and patience. It requires empathy and understanding, and offering and promoting freedom of expression is a key ingredient in trust, and therefore initiates loyalty. Successful recruitment and retention practices are a direct reflection of the company's value system. So our values are acceptance, balance, integrity, intention, and openness. So who do we serve? So at the core, who Fluid serves is the LGBTQ community, specifically the transgender and non-binary community, where there really isn't many safe spaces to shop at all, or to be represented and even welcomed. The broader audience is Generation Z. I call them Generation Z because Generation We, because they care about others, they care about the planet, they care about all of that. So our broad audience is Gen Z, and then our broader audience outside of it is allies, who, like me and like many of you, have values aligned with Generation Z. And it's just nice to see this entire generation moving forward and progressive and wanting to bring along their friends as well. So how do we show up? How do we engage with our community? We do it through events. We, when pre-COVID and post-COVID, we'll show up with pop-up activation, who our community is, who we employ. I'm only right now cisgendered white guy on the team. I'm minority in the group of people that work with us, because hiring diversity is key and essential for me, both in gender and race and other identities. We have panels and talk about topics. We'll have a panel on Wednesday talking with This Is Elle, which is a tampon pad line, and talking about bleeding and folks who aren't represented, which are non-binary folks and transmasculine individuals who bleed. And so these are the types of panels and discussions we have, which are really bringing voices that haven't been heard before. We give a lot to charity. We're advocates. We have a decent social platform and growing, and we like to generate press. The things we do, we don't do it for press, but the press tends to be really aligned with what we're doing, and we generate stories. So we don't have to pay for press. They basically come to us when we create something unique and interesting, which is what we continue to do over and over again. And then, I think it's important to collaborate with brands. We're always open to collaborations. Some of the collaborations we've done, I think when you tapped into, there was a milestone for me when we tapped into Generation Z and what they do and what they stand for, when HBO reached out and said they were launching a show called Euphoria, and they wanted to know if we would join them on a pop-up tour across the country. And a lot of folks are scared, afraid of Euphoria and what the future looks, but it's really an incredible insight into who this generation is. And then it's important, I think, to educate too, when it comes to the brand, and my view is to be educational and optimistic. It is the month of trans awareness. It's also the week of Trans Awareness Week this week, and on Friday is the Transgender Day of Remembrance. And I'm wearing a trans button today, just a reminder, but on Friday we'll be pausing to recognize the trans folks who have been taken far too early, and just as educational, just let folks know that the life expectancy of a trans woman of color in the United States is 35 years old. So I can't think of another group that ends life, whether through being murdered, mostly being murdered, taking their life in horrible ways, just something to shine on. So the fact is, we try to turn these statistics into hope, and Mila Jam is one of our partners and allies and advocates for the brand. But yeah, I won't say too much more other than, this is Trans Awareness Week. Learn about the trans community if you can. And if you have questions, please reach out to me on what you can do, or go to our website. So we're not passive, and I'm not sure, I think this is one of the things that Gen Z loves about us, or at least our community, is we stand up for them. We're willing to stand up and challenge. Right now I'm challenging Facebook and Instagram, because when you look at who the brand is, the followers are for the brand, 100% of it, there's two boxes. There's a pink quadrant on the circle and a blue quadrant, and it adds up to 100%. First of all, it just, plays in this idea that pink is female and blue is male, but also it completely eliminates folks who identify as something other than male or female. So I'm challenging that. We challenged Fashion Week to include transgender and non-binary folks in their fashion shows. So we continue to stand up for the community. We're not afraid to lean into a conversation. If it makes some people uncomfortable, we're okay with that. We just keep pushing. And it's become expected by our followers and our community for us to do that. Next. All right. So this is how we create product. I think it's important, especially for Gen Z, that how we create things. So, and one of them, the most important, is solutions. But responsibility. So we try to create products responsibly. We continue to make efforts. They continue to push back and challenge us to find out how we make it, where we make it, who our partners are. I'll be launching a new collection in fall where you can scan the item, and you can find out why it's responsible, where it came from, where it was made, what the elements are about responsibility, so they understand what steps we took to make it compatible and friendly to the earth. We stand for inclusion, not just in price point, but in sizing. Working as hard as we can to get up to very small sizes and very large sizes. And we try to find solutions for products. Whatever the issue is, we try to find a solution for it. And we do this with expression that most folks don't want to blend in. They want to tell you what they stand for or who they are. So we let our clothing do the talking. And, Protect Trans Kids is one of our top sellers. Be Kind is also one of our best sellers, but we try to be as expressive as possible. And this is just about this. I won't spend too long, but we have created something really unique called Get Fluid, which is gender expansive training. I started speaking to corporations after about a year into this business, and started learning from leaders in companies that they weren't ready for this community, this force of Gen Z that is now moving through universities. And the first thing they do is my mom said this to me. She said, I think you're onto something, because my nieces went away to university, and the first thing they do is share their pronouns. And now that these young folks are going into the workforce, and they expect pronouns to be addressed. They expect, there to be space, an affirming space for folks who identify in the binary. And so we're helping companies get ready for this workforce to create a space for Generation Z in corporate America. So this is something that I didn't set out to do, but found that it was something I wanted to share my knowledge with as many people as possible. And then often it is like people say, how can I be an ally, especially to Gen Z? It's really understanding the things you can do. And then I would just say that my call to action for most folks is to become an ally first, and then step into a role of advocacy and help create a space for all people, especially young people who identify in ways different than us than we have in the past. The same way we did with lesbian women and gay men, same thing we did. We're doing it again now with gender identity. I think we're wrapping it up. So we have the responsibility to make inclusion a daily thought, a daily action. So one day we can just eliminate the word inclusion and just let people be free to be who they want to be. And Gen Z's pushing us this way. All right, now we get to go change the world. All right, now I'll stop and take some questions. Thanks for your patience along this journey. All right, let's go. I have one question. Do you believe the Gen Z audience consumer will be, oh, it just disappeared. There it is. Let me find the questions. Q&A. I'm gonna text it to me, okay? There's questions coming in. Here we go. We're going live. Let's see. In your opinion, as a consumer, what brands are leaders in this space? So who's doing a good job in this space for fashion apparel? I think ASOS is doing a pretty good job. If you follow ASOS, I think that they're probably the best because their price point's accessible, and they also create collections that are gender free. So they're doing a good job. And yeah, I'll just highlight them because I'm super impressed with what they're doing. How does marketing to Gen Z different from marketing to millennial audiences? I think the difference is that, you know, the story matters. They're going to begin to continue to shift away from this whole idea of like status symbol, and the new status symbol is going to be, you know, socially responsible brands, environmentally responsible brands. So I think that is going to be the shift, and those will be the brands that will go from Supreme to whoever the next Supreme is will have a responsible part of who they are. Can heritage brands learn from new digital first brands when it comes to authentic? Absolutely. We speak a lot to them. You know, I think it's where's your authentic, honest voice coming through. It can't just be from marketing. It has to actually come from the inside of the company. You know, that it can't just be a marketing campaign. It has to come from the inside first and then come externally. So I think it's really about how do you harness what that is, and then be willing to take the risks, but look inside your company to find those voices to help you. How do you target this new demographic in an effective way without losing older customer bases? Yeah, I mean, that's the struggle. You know, that's for a iconic company like Macy's, who I used to work for. You know, that's something for them to think about. You know, if you have a young company, you don't really care about the losing older customer base, but you know, that's a dance and a dilemma. I think there's ways to do both. You know, I mean, you might not keep the million moms away from you, but you will find that companies like Target are doing a really good job. You know, I think as a big company, they have created all-inclusive, or they're creating all-inclusive restrooms. At the same time, they've said that they're transgender. They have a transgender policy for their stores. So they're really vocal about who they are and what they stand for. This question is just rolling in. How do you approach emerging media channels, and how do they factor in your overall strategy? And first of all, I wish I had more money to actually spend time in media channels, but my visibility is, there's two that matter. Three that are YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. And that's the only places that I spend time and energy. I don't know what else there is, but that's where everyone is all the time. what do you see as the biggest future challenge to retail and e-commerce and the biggest opportunity? That's such a great question. I think using the digital experience to share your story, to share your brand story, and to share how the brand is lifting communities that have not been lifted before, and to share the values. You can't do that in a really a physical space, but it's really much easier to do in a digital place. And so I think we have a great opportunity to use our social media to have representation and visibility. Sometimes I feel really bad and for brands who still have like thin or muscular Caucasian people with classic, beauty from the last, whatever decade, but a couple of decades. But I think that when I look at brands who have body positive, differently abled, gender non-conforming in their expression, models, that these are brands that will start to, continue to resonate, and the impact we'll have on business is massive. I think it's thinking differently. But that's also doing the hard work inside the company as well, not just making it external facing, but also internally facing. I think I got most of them. Did I miss anything? Young consumers highly value authenticity. What makes a brand authentic in 2020? It's such a fine line. Like $1 million to Black Lives Matter matters, but it's like, what are you doing going forward? How are you working to be inclusive of all individuals? How's the company creating affirming space for people? How are you, promoting people and creating mentorships, and then externally facing, just with representation and visibility is what I would say is what's going to make it, and sharing your values, not being afraid to lean into doing the right thing. People often think the right thing, a social issue is a political issue. I think we have to draw the line and say politics are politics and social issues are social issues, and not let them blend into each other. That's it, David. You're going to shut me out.
On the contrary, actually, I'm going to be asking you a few more questions and not letting you off the hook so easily. But we can treat it conversationally, and you have a live face, so it's not just words coming at the screen. So there's that.
Okay.
Rob, it was a terrific talk, and it's such a weighty subject. It's the things that you shared. It's super relevant. You have a generation that absolutely is looking at gender completely differently from previous generations, definitely in scale and with complexity that we maybe haven't seen as openly compared to the past. So on that note, I'd love for you to just think looking forward. We have this generation right now that essentially is going to be the next generation of leaders. And think about everything you've just said in terms of the changes that they're already involved in, and that the way they're looking at identity. What do you foresee when we have this generation that moves into leadership positions in companies, in brands, in corporations? What do you, how could you envision that playing out, given what you know about Gen Z?
Yeah, I think, listen, when Gen Z steps into a company, I have a feeling they're going to be very vocal about what exists and doesn't exist, around what inclusion looks like, about what representation looks like. They're going to walk in and look at the leadership team, and they're probably going to decide if they want to stay there very long or not, based on who the leaders are, what they look like, and what they stand for. Now, listen, as a white cis man, I can still be white, cisgendered, 55-year-old guy, but have the right values and the right intention, and share my words, but also follow it up with actions, and that means working harder to be inclusive. But I think it's really important for, all of us to sit down with young people and understand what's important from them, and then what the company can do. But these folks will, continue to work into leadership positions. I think that, what's so strange is this things we've been fighting so hard for the last 50 years will eventually begin to, hopefully, with work in progress, disintegrate. So this idea that the hard work we're doing around female rights, the hard work we're doing around gay rights, the hard work we're doing around, racial equality and representation. I think that this generation, and this is our job right now, but they're going to kind of collectively shrug when they get there. If we do our job right, if we really do our work now around race, if we do it around gender, meaning female, if we do it around, lesbian and gay, we will create the space that this generation lives in where things don't matter to them. But if we live in a space where we're not addressing it, it's going to be a problem. But it's so bizarre. Like when I had the store and parents would come in, they'd be like, "This is amazing! Can you believe this?" And their kids would be like, "What's the big deal?" Like they literally like weren't that impressed.
Yeah. So I see what you're saying. It's almost like fast forward 10, 15 years ago when all of this is all the more mainstream and they're getting into their corporate roles. Yeah, you bring up a good point. Depending on what the company is and where they are at on their journey and what the culture looks like, it may be a different dynamic. So that's a fair point.
Yeah, so the work is doing it now to make sure that when they're set up for that we have done the work, around the topics I talked about around. Yeah. I think we need to also include talking about folks who are differently abled. I think that's something that we don't probably talk enough about. But also the environment, is something else. But yeah, I just think it's making the advances right now. So when they get there, we're not focused on identity anymore. We're focused on, humans. Yeah.
So somewhat related.
That's my future.
Oh, that's good. And this is almost going to be a follow-up question because it's somewhat related, because I think one of the things that you said in terms of they're going to walk into a company and they're either going to decide they're going to stay there or walk out the door. And you didn't say this explicitly, but I think it's inferred that it's based on the values that they see being both talked about and lived at the company, right? Right. So you showed your values, right? Yep. I was wondering if you could give us a little bit of inside baseball on how you got to that list, on just the process and to distill it down to that and align on that, because it's something that I know a lot of brands are looking over. Maybe they had values that go back 30, 40 years and they're dusting them off and they're reassessing, right? You probably didn't have that scenario, but what did it go like? What was it, the process that you went through to get to that sort of very purposeful set of values?
It was first of all, it's so much fun starting a company. When you've worked for, companies that are over 100 years old, and most of the companies I work for are very, whether they're 50 years old or 100 years old or 150 years old, to come in and start a company fresh. The first thing I did was my mission statement, which took about, 3 days of working sessions. I tried to get it to 3 words, but I could get it to 4, which is challenge boundaries with humanity. So everything we did was challenging.
3 days to get to that line. I want people to understand that something that, gets to that level of simplicity does take time and effort.
Yeah. And about 8 people in a room.
Yep.
And I finally walked away with 4 words, but they wanted 3. But what I was saying was we're going to challenge things. We're going to be challenging everything, but we're going to do it with humanity. We're going to do it with a good heart. We don't stand against anything. We stand for things. We don't stand against, we just stand for things. And I think that, Generation Z is the same thing, that they are vocal about what they stand for. And then the values was a group effort. I hired a team and a collective process and also like a full day work session where whittling until we got to those values.
Was your team all people in the company, or did you bring in some outsiders as well?
I brought an outside consultant, folks, the trans community, non-binary community, and all of my employees were from the queer community and all much younger than me. And it was words that really, both aligned with me and the brand, but also were supported and by them as well.
Got it.
It's like having a child. In a way, it was like
absolutely. And I did see your eyes sort of light up in a very positive way I could see that it resonated with you that you didn't have the legacy issues.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right. You got to sort of build it from scratch, and that in itself is a bit of a privilege, but it still takes work to get it
Yeah.
right.
Yep.
So I want to get an insight from you on, you're obviously clearly very focused on this generation, and you're nailing it in all the right ways in terms of, again, just hitting on this sort of game changer of attitudes on gender and identity. Are you beginning to, or are you already thinking about the next generation, or are you just focused on right now Gen Z?
I focus on Gen Z. I'll tell you where my headset is going though, and in trying to find the right way and the right way to do it. I'm thinking about parents who are having this next generation. I'm thinking about I'm working on ways to create the Fluid Project for children, for young people. There are a lot of alphas who, parents challenge with alphas because big box retailers, major, brands only we still are in a binary construct of boys and girls.
Right.
Just saw my friends yesterday who, had a child, and the work they have to go through to not dress their daughter in pink. It takes an effort into these small brands that are, Dutch or Swedish, and they're looking really hard with boutique brands to find a solution to dressing their child. And so for me, whether they're, phase 2.5 to, 8-year-olds, like, want to express themselves, whether, and by the way, has nothing to do their expression with their sexual orientation or their gender identity. It's just a time when a kid is curious. And how do you, I helped launch Mattel's Creatable World, which is the first non-gendered doll. And pretty remarkable the reaction it got. So you could take this doll and dress it which way, put which hair, and really didn't have a gender, and allowed kids to, whether they're just to play and explore. It's really fun.
So I think, again, without you sort of saying it straight out, acknowledging the parent dynamic, obviously, for the next generation is important, because Gen Z is definitely, I have 2 Gen Z boys. I mean, I'm still their parent, but it's a way different dynamic. They make their own decisions. They're, segueing into adulthood, and some Gen Zers are well on their way into adulthood. So the parent dynamic for that future generation, I could see how that's an important consideration.
That's who I'm thinking about, because these young kids can't make decisions right now. Gen Z is making decisions, is doing research, is telling their parents what they think, is influencing family decisions. They're one demographic that is, very clear, and they want transparency, and they want authenticity, and they also can call bullshit when they see it, And I think that the next generation is really speaking to the generation of parents, to your point, because they can't talk. They can talk, but they can't. And then it's the parents' job to go find what they're looking for to support that children.
So Brand Innovators needs to do a Gen Alpha parents of Gen Alpha at some point, because that's going to be the next big one. Well, Rob, thank you. This was insightful. It's important work. You clearly take it very seriously. I appreciate how, even though you're an ally of the community and you're very aware that your life experiences are different, yet you're obviously knee deep in this, and this is something you're really passionate about. So the way you speak about it is just very inspiring. So thank you for sharing everything with us.
I feel like if we can't do that at this time in our lives, like, it's our responsibility as humans to make way for a next generation who's going to inherit this planet, and this. So that's my commitment. Yeah. Thank you for having me. Thanks for the dialogue. Yeah. Appreciate it.
Okay. So for our next fireside chat, we are joined by Marquise Watts, the president of brand strategy at Clutch Sports Group. This session will be moderated by Diana Dilworth. And welcome to the stage, Marquise and Diana. And Diana, whenever you are ready, I will hand it over to you.
these guys, and I think it all happened because they're just in the bubble for so long, right?
All right, so that was in a bit of an abrupt start there, but if you're still following along, some really good insights from Marquis on the impact that sports has in our culture and how much technology is integrating with sports. So for those of you just joining, I'm David Armano, Interim Chief Marketing Officer at Suzy, the leading consumer market research technology platform that helps brands harness human intelligence so they can make better decisions based on consumer wants and needs. Okay, so for our next fireside chat, we are continuing on our theme of sports. We are joined by Samantha Rippon, the Director of Social and Digital Media for the SEC, the Southeastern Conference. This session will be moderated by Brandon Nutting, the Director of Data Science and Analytics at MVP. Welcome to the stage, Samantha and Brandon. And Brandon, I'm going to hand it off to you.
All right, thank you very much. So yeah, I guess we'll go ahead and get started. Thanks, Sammy, for joining us today. And I just want to kick it off to you with just the first question about you and the SEC, and just what kinds of things have you thought about related to Gen Z when you're putting out content on digital and social for the SEC?
First of all, hi. Hello, everyone. I'm so excited to be here and having this conversation. I think it's such a timely one. For background, I actually began my position at the SEC right when the pandemic hit. Right before this, I was at the Big 12, another peer conference. So this was also a conversation that we were having there, marketing to Gen Z and what that kind of looks like. When you break down a lot of conference social audiences, you are not talking about Gen Z. You're talking about a lot of 25 to 34-year-olds who, I mean, they're listening and they're engaging as much as possible, but Gen Z is so intriguing because they grew up in this world. And I'm not even one of them. I'm in the 25 to 34 range who, when I got into social media, it was so new. It wasn't offered in college. It was such a new profession that I moved to New York because that's where all the social media jobs were at the time. So in the sports world, I think we're still catching up to how do we reach this audience and where are they? What are their habits? And the way I kind of break it down is we're looking at a generation that is constantly online. So people in my position in sports were like, okay, well, we need to take our cues from you. In the sports world, again, like you're looking at fan bases that either went to these schools, love those sports, or it's like a family tradition. And when you think of those groups, you're like, okay, well, where is Gen Z? Well, in a conference perspective, we are seeing that Gen Z can be reached in two ways. You can go directly to them on the platforms that they're existing, which for us means Instagram. From a conference perspective, we're not going to be on the platforms like TikTok and Snapchat, not really even so much YouTube. That's they're like those popular places where you see Gen Z. But for us, that doesn't make sense because that's one, not content we can serve consistently, and two, not where our main audience is driven. So adapting to that, we've been looking at ways of like, okay, well, we are on Instagram, that's where they are. They're not so much on Twitter, but they're still going to Facebook. So adapting that strategy to say, okay, if they're on Instagram, we need all of our cool content, all of our player of the week stuff, anything we put on there needs to be curated to that generation, to people who want to engage. How can we start conversations? When I first took over at the SEC and the pandemic hit, it was this like, oh my God, sports aren't happening. Total panic. I'm like, okay, I'm on a new job, a new fan base. I had already been at a conference where we were in the middle of a championship, and the initiative was to, okay, find these younger fans. And that was an abrupt stop. So sitting there, I'm like, okay, let's have some fun. And when you talk about Gen Z, you're talking about a generation that is very fun. They want to engage. While they do appreciate long form content, they, on average, if you look about anything about Gen Z, what you're going to see is 8 seconds. In every single article about Gen Z, you will see that they have an attention span of 8 seconds. So they're the ones who will sit on YouTube. They'll do like the 20-minute makeup tutorials, but you have 8 seconds to really catch their attention and have them decide whether or not they're bought in. Luckily, on the conference side, we're not doing as many long-form videos like that, but I do know that I have 8 seconds to really get their attention, and it's one glance pretty much. So curating content for us looked like kind of coming up with new looks or new ways to engage. So Instagram stories, when the pandemic hit and everyone's coming up with like the fill in the blanks or like my favorites, the bingo sheets. At first I was like, there's no way, I won't do it. And finally we're like, all right, let's give it a try. And sure enough, all Gen Z, like everyone engaging. I didn't have to explain it to them. Whereas like we put a few of them on Twitter and people were like, I don't know, I don't understand, I don't know what to do with these things. But Gen Z took it and ran with it. And I was like, finally, this is, you know, where they're at. I think, again, I'm speaking from an organic and a conference perspective, but when we're talking about the larger sports world, there's so much opportunity in like team side. So if you're talking about like a men's basketball team, you have star players who are Gen Z. They love TikTok, they love Snapchat, they know how to engage with those fans, and you have that direct access to them. And that's what Gen Z wants. They want that authentic relationship. And so you automatically reach this audience that you hadn't before by like throwing up a fun TikTok video and then engaging with your fans, asking them to share theirs. Like, that is a gold mine. On a conference side, we can't really do that because we're not in direct contact with them, but we can share, we can support, we can amplify, we can guide them to it. And that's kind of where our shift in our strategy has gone, is making sure that we amplify the voices of our student athletes, our coaches, our team handles. I mean, it's free content for us, but it's also engaging with an audience that we really hadn't before, and we're still learning so much about. And the one thing I also want to say when it comes to sports and Gen Z is that the one theme you'll really see with them is authenticity. I appreciate that they're an audience who holds you accountable. So on the same front of when the pandemic hit, we had, you know, social unrest, social justice issues. And if my boss is on here, he's probably like cringing a little, but it's an uncomfortable conversation, but it's one that Gen Z is forcing us to have. And in the sports world, on a professional level, you saw that everyone was using their voices. In the college world, there's so much red tape, and you're kind of like, I need to say something, but I don't know how to do it. Looking at our audiences, especially these younger voices, you start to see those conversations, those comments creep in of, okay, well, you're not saying anything, you're silent. But the only way we're going to build this like trusting relationship with a younger generation is by putting a hand in the conversation, showing our stance. And it's something that we have done starting with Juneteenth. You saw everyone engaging with that. For us, it was kind of a no-brainer. We saw our schools doing it. It was something we wanted to be a part of. And again, that's where we saw another uptick of engagement with Gen Z of like, okay, I know where you stand. I like this. I appreciate it. And even through election day, we did like a short video campaign with our student athletes that we saw a really great success rate with, purely because, one, it's the student athletes speaking, and who doesn't love to hear the student athletes? I mean, that's what really people want. Even me, even my age, even older, they want to hear the student athletes speak. But it was also something they hadn't really heard before. And it was such a trending topic, like on literally every channel, for us to finally have a guiding hand, or just even a voice in that conversation, was huge. And it's something that I think we're going to see us at the SEC, but everyone in sports continue to do, and purely because, again, Gen Z is such a strong-minded, progressive generation that you're not going to get the engagement you want unless you're participating in those conversations. So that was a really long-winded start.
That's all right. Do you typically work with your institutions, or do you typically look at what your institutions are doing and then try to amplify voices and create content that way? Or is there a give and take? What is that relationship like?
No, it's give and take. I come from a background, again, I started in marketing and advertising. I started as a community manager. And for those who don't know what a community manager is, it's basically a social manager, but you're engaging in direct dialogue with customers. Sometimes it is customer service, but a lot of times it's just when a brand responds to you on social media, that's who you're getting. So having that background, when I made the transition into sports at the Big 12, everything I kind of did from there fell back on community management. So part of that for me was making those connections and building those relationships with the people at our schools. Because if I'm going to be talking about these schools and these student athletes, I want to know who you are. What campaigns do you have going on? Who is your audience? Like, how do I speak in your language to your fans? So it started at the Big 12 to kind of learn, like, what do you have going on? Okay, this is what I have going on. And creating strategies around that. That's something I've now carried over to the SEC. I use Slack now, which I didn't before. I know that's like, it's a very popular tool, but we did not have it. And so I'm still learning. I'm still getting kind of good at it. I'm such an emailer. But I hold a monthly call with all of our schools, try and give them a weekly update, like every Monday morning. This is what we have going on. And I will say it holds me accountable to know, like, one, what I have going on, but two, it gives them a chance to engage with us if they want to build anything into their strategy. More than anything, though, I do it because I'm interested as to what they have going on. I mean, they have the direct connections to the fans that we want, the relationships we want to build. They can do cooler stuff because they do have direct access to the student athletes. So definitely a give and take, but a team effort. I mean, if you ask anyone from a conference, you know, what exactly do you do? We consider ourselves a service organization. So, like, my job is to serve and support our schools and our student athletes to the best of my ability across social media.
So you brought up Gen Z and wanting access to individual student athletes. How do you talk about those kinds of relationships? Because they have managed time, right? Student athletes, if Gen Z is the path is to get behind the scenes footage, to get involved with students, to see days in the lives of student athletes, how do you have those conversations about balancing their time and their requirements from the NCAA and things of that nature to get the content that you do want?
It's actually so much easier than you think. The one thing I have learned about student athletes, and again, we're talking about a lot of student athletes who fall into the Gen Z category, they love it. If there is a camera around, if there is free time, if someone has a phone out, you can believe they are on some type of social media. I mean, like, example, our media days for men's basketball at the Big 12 last year. We just wanted to play around with an idea of having them kind of maybe shout out like that they were at Big 12 Media Days to promote the content that was coming out. And I was like, it makes me nervous to hand over a phone to a student athlete. We had such a tight schedule, like it was minute by minute. And I was like, we can't make them late. Sure enough, like in the middle of the first shoot, we were like, does anyone maybe want to like just give a shout out, and grab the phone without even saying anything? Like they're digital first, they're digital minded. All of these student athletes are so in the know and constantly connected. It's like part of their regular communication that I think sometimes the coaches have a harder time getting them off their phones to pay attention, or off social media. Like during the game, the Florida game on Saturday, literally the second string quarterback sent out a tweet, and you're like, oh, you can't do that. But again, it just shows that this generation, like, that's how they are programmed.
So yeah, I would say you probably have more of a struggle with the coaches getting them involved, period, when it comes to the digital stuff. I still remember some coaches that I was dealing with that were still didn't even have a smartphone, still had a flip phone. So I can't even imagine dealing with that. So turning back to, you said Instagram tends to be where the majority of your Gen Z fans come from. Tell me about your shift toward Instagram and away from other platforms. And something that I've seen on my end is the just incredible engagement rate that comes from stories. And you brought them up a minute ago, but why are stories becoming so popular compared to other platforms with Gen Z? And what do you think is the future of that platform for that?
I'm so excited you asked this question, especially because the hot ticket item of the weekend was Instagram changing their platform, like look and feel. It threw me off. My phone updated Instagram and I just didn't even realize, and I pull it up, I was like, oh my gosh, where is my discovery page? So Instagram is actually a shift we are still making. I kind of said it before, we don't have kind of the events and the access to consistently curate content for Instagram like schools do. We do like final scores, like big events, weekly awards, those sort of things. But on a consistent basis, we don't have the kind of news or just like generation of content to really like be active on Instagram, which is why Instagram stories are so fun, because if it's like bite size, it's like important, but it's not that important. We can throw it up there easily. On a brand side, you still like kind of stress about Instagram stories because it has to have like the look, the feel, the brand consistency, all the logos, whatever. But the shift really is for one main reason, and that is this conversation, Gen Z. It's an audience that really carries and will carry social media for the future. I can't even predict, but I mean, they're just so engaged that they are the future. They are the present and they are the future. But again, it's an audience that we hadn't really tapped into yet. And Instagram for us is still a new platform. Like we've always had Facebook, we've always had Twitter, but Instagram is still the one where, you know, if you scroll through our feed, eventually you can hit the end of it, the very beginning. But Instagram for us is where we are seeing a lot of the engagement. If I throw out a question or I throw out a poll, people immediately, like hundreds by the second, are engaging purely because Gen Z wants that relationship. Like, again, they're so digital minded. They've been using social media pretty much since day one, since they could have a phone or a computer. So they know how everything works. They're progressive minded. They want their voices to be heard, which is a very broad statement, but is true on all levels. So they're not like afraid of brands. More than anything, they're looking for brands to model them and what they want. Again, they're a generation who holds us accountable. So I say all of this to say that we are looking at Instagram as kind of this experiment. Like, what can we do to tap into this audience that we haven't before? So the pandemic, we did bingo, we did fill in the blanks, we did my favorites, and I was surprised to see the engagement from Gen Z. now I'm trying, because we don't have that content as often, I'm trying to throw in questions. I'm trying to throw in polls here and there. And again, that's the generation who, or the audience who is participating purely because they know how to, but also because I think they care. These are their schools. It's the one thing they have right now to kind of look forward to. They're constantly connected and tapped in. And that's something we want to do. Like I'm taking cues from them. And I think more brands are going to start doing that. Like I had a colleague at a peer conference text me a few days ago and was like, I can't come up with a caption. Like, I don't even know what to say. I'm afraid of the backlash. And I'm like, well, why don't you ask them? Why don't you just ask them, like, what do they want? What are they looking for? Because right now we have this audience that has no problem telling us what they want or what they need from us. Because even if we don't ask, they're going to tell us.
So from the analytics side, are you tracking analytics from your schools, from your brands, looking at them? What are you doing with those kinds of pieces of data, and what are they telling you over time?
So I'm not tracking really on our schools, at least not the day-to-day. I keep up with kind of the monthly. And for anyone who's on here who loves to track analytics or numbers, especially in sports, I highly suggest SkullSparks. They do like a breakdown of every NCAA level and every sport pretty much month by month. I think it's total engagement. Someone can keep me honest on that.
Yeah, they publish those for the schools. Mm-hmm.
Yes, and I mean, I look at it for the conference side. They do a breakdown of the top 25, and it's so helpful. I mean, it really does show you the gaps. So I track in that way for our schools. I think I will say I've gotten a couple of requests recently of can we have kind of an ongoing conference school by school tracking, purely because in the sports world, especially when you're creating for social or when you're managing social, numbers help you get things done. So it helps you justify of like, okay, this project in particular, this month we had this going on. This is what we did for it. This is how it performed. This is why we need all of those things and or more for this next season or this next event. And so on the school side, it totally makes sense. On the conference side, I track monthly. Like right now, we haven't had any major events where I'm tracking like that sort of performance. But when we hit championships, so coming up in like a month, we'll hit our football championship and I'll track the performance for that, compare and contrast from last year, all that fun stuff numbers wise. But that looks different. That looks different for everyone. I will say I keep my eye on the follower numbers, not because that's necessarily so important for us. I mean, let's be honest, if you're on social media and you're active, you're probably going to gain followers. Luckily, that's just how it works. But if there are major jumps, like, yes, that's something that you have to look at and say, okay, what did I do differently? Yeah, so not school by school. That would take me forever.
So you've talked about some of the organic behind the scenes sort of access and how that seems to resonate with Gen Z. So what about the conversations that have been started as far as monetizing their image and likeness that's coming, whether we like it or not? How is that going to shift your strategy when it comes to that authenticity and that behind the scenes mentality? And have you all talked about it from a top down, from a school up approach? How is that going to work?
It is being talked about in every single room and every single conversation. It's coming, like you said, whether anyone likes it or not, it's happening. I think right now it's kind of the elephant in the room. It's like, okay, how do we prepare for something we know nothing about? Like there are no expectations because you don't want to set yourself up for failure. What I will say is the shift towards using tools like Influencer and Open Doors, these platforms that allow you to connect with alumni, current student athletes, and serve them content, and also have sponsors serve them content or sponsor their content. in like a matter of minutes, even seconds in some cases. You're seeing more and more schools buy into those, which is genius. I think it's almost necessary because, especially from an athletics standpoint, like if you're an athletics department, you have to manage so many student athletes, so many sports. Trying to keep track of all of them is really hard. Throw in NIL and you're tracking like, what is their monetization? Like, how much are they worth? Influencer and Open Doors, and there are so many, but those are just the two that I know. They do a great job of kind of calculating what that looks like for each student athlete. And from a branding perspective for each student athlete, that's their opportunity to kind of curate who they are, what their look and feel is on social media. It teaches them things like, okay, well, my handle at Showtime89 says nothing about me. It is not searchable. Like, no one would know that that's James Jones. So just different things like that. I think it's putting into perspective for every student athlete how they use social media, and it also gets them that content so much faster. Like in this NIL era, you're going to see a lot more posts from a lot more student athletes purely because it's brand building. It's connecting with their fans and their audience. And that consistency is super important. They also have the content. But the more they post, the better it is, the better they perform, the larger audience they build, the higher those numbers go up for them. So it's going to be a game changer. Again, it's something that everyone is preparing for. You see schools like Texas and USC who are working with agencies, or actually I think Texas is in-house, who are working directly with their student athletes to brand themselves. Not everyone has the resources or the time to do that, but in those instances when you can, I think it's awesome. I think it's so cool. And for everyone who's saying that social media doesn't have that longevity, well, that just proves that you're wrong.
So does that concern you, because Gen Z not liking the idea of overly managed and commercial, and all of a sudden that transparency goes away and you're giving way to this idea of promotion and self-promotion, and all of a sudden that content being produced that seems for less of a transparent way and more for a brand building and social media way?
You have to worry about that a little bit, right? That authenticity is kind of over and done with. There are going to be those people who are like, oh, you're a sellout. Like now you're doing it for money. But I do think the large majority is going to be like, number one, good for you, because these student athletes give up so much, and that is not me promoting anything, but they give up so much. They're students on top of athletes, and they should be able to tap into that if they can, if they want to, if it's allowed, if they follow the rules. But I do think they have enough of a dedicated audience, a dedicated fan base, that they're not going to feel those losses or those shifts. But I do think it's something that these student athletes, from their perspectives, are going to say, okay, well, like, how much is too much? Because they're a part of Gen Z. So I think for them, that's going to be a bigger question of how do I stay true to myself while also benefiting from my name, from my image, from the talents that I have, and the success that I have. So I think as long as that's kind of at the forefront of their minds, they're not going to find any like fallout or backlash from that audience.
Has the SEC thought about partnering with any of these companies like you talked about? You've talked about some of these, like Open Doors launched their initiative with the University of Nebraska to brand student athletes. And has the SEC had conversations about taking that at a high level, or are they continuing to sort of leave that up to the institutions?
So, I have had conversations with many of the platforms, Open Doors and Influencer included. At this point, it doesn't matter who you choose. They're both so great and they offer so much. From a conference perspective, there's that intrigue in someone like my position. There's that intrigue because I don't have direct contact or direct access to these student athletes in these schools, to have a platform like that, because I can get those same pictures, those same videos. I can even serve a student athlete content and say, hey, can you post this? And all you have to do is like say whatever you want, but include at SEC. It opens up a whole new ballgame. So yes, those conversations have happened. But you know, the way things work in a conference is it's not really necessarily up to us. We go to our ADs, it's meetings, it goes through a lot of levels, a lot of filters. So I don't know if we're there yet, especially me being the newbie. It's definitely conversations we're having. And if we do, I'll be so excited. Again, it's a game changer. I think other conferences have, I think the Big Ten actually uses Open Doors, or at least the Big Ten Network does. And they push promos for like weekly schedules to their schools. So you build this like consistency, you kind of thread through all of these schools, right? Like in a conference, everyone is all over the place, but you are the common denominator. And taking the NIL out of it, I like these sort of platforms purely because it allows you to build a bigger brand where everyone is connected in some meaningful way.
So I got some questions rolling in here. So what can heritage brands learn from newer digital first brands when it comes to authentically marketing to Gen Z?
Gosh, again, this goes back to ask them. Like, don't be afraid to ask questions. I throw out questions on our social media all the time. I think, you know, as things start to tick up, I'll probably do it even more, purely because I mean, you don't know if you don't ask, but also it really is, it comes down to relationship building. Falling back on community management where I started completely, social media is a relationship. As a brand, your audience is like who you want to connect with. And as, I don't know if I want to use the word intimately, but it's the one coming in my head. As intimately as you can do that, you can tap. I mean, Gen Z loves that. Like, they feed off of brands connecting with them directly, whether it's in the comments and the direct messages. Like, you can think of off the top of your head how many Instagram stories of screenshotted conversations with a consumer and a brand that come across your feed. Like, they love that because that's that personal connection. You're building trust with them. And that's what lasts longer than anything else.
So if you could predict the next generation after Gen Z, what would it be like? And my answer to this is I honestly think you just talked about it. You talked about the intimacy and everything, and most of Gen Z still feels comfortable with all of their content out there and they're producing it. But I'm still waiting for the privacy backlash to really take shape. It just doesn't feel like it's really sunk in yet. There was a minor blip with Gen Z where a lot of them were coming off Facebook, but then it seemed to reverse. So what do you think? I think there'll be a privacy backlash at some point and that we're going to see a move away. Yes. But I wonder what you think.
I have to agree, especially as we move into like figuring out, coming out of this pandemic, coming out of just like a tough year in general. And, you know, not everyone's as active. Maybe you're using social media in different ways. So you're connecting with people, you're having conversations, you're maybe not posting as much, even though, I mean, there are some trends that kind of promote that, but you're kind of having this moment of everyone looking at their social feeds and being like, oh, I can't believe I shared that. Oh, I can't believe I said that. I put that out there. And you wonder if maybe it's going to be this step back of like, okay, I'm not necessarily going to do more. I'm just going to make it meaningful. I think the next generation, it's hard to predict, right? Because you're talking about a generation that it is social media, that has only known it. And I want to say that they might be a little more hesitant. I think they're going to continue this trend of maybe more conversation-led engagement, conversation-led pieces instead of like just this highlight, because Facebook started as like kind of, it's now geared more towards information, sharing like an overarching moment. Twitter is so instantaneous. I just don't ever think it's going to change, but I do think it's lent itself to longer, more meaningful conversations. And Instagram is moving into this whole new ball field with Reels and Instagram Story, more options, shopping. It's kind of this like one-stop shop. You have TikTok, you have Snapchat, which also makes you wonder, as I'm listing these off, is this next generation just going to have such fatigue that you're going to see one platform in itself just kind of take off, be the one where everyone goes to? The possibilities are endless. But my money is right now on Instagram. I personally I love Twitter. That's my generation.
I'm the same way.
Don't know. But don't put your money on anything. All bets are off.
Yeah, for sure. So when you're talking about building these specific campaigns for Gen Z, and I think college football has your tradition argument all the time, and then you have this new generation. So how do you balance not angering the traditionalists? I can remember from my alma mater, they were talking about having rap music on the field while players were warming up, and there was this huge backlash about it. And it's like, that's what the players wanted, which is the Gen Z. Yep. And so how do you balance those two things?
You can't. You know what? If I've learned anything being in sports now, you're the traditionalist. I love all of you, but they're always going to be upset about something. I don't know why. It just is the nature of the beast. And I don't get mad at it. Anyone who works with me will hear me say that no engagement is bad engagement, even if like they're mad at our officials and it's like hundreds of comments a second popping off. I am not upset. I'm not going to engage with you, but I'm not upset because that's free engagement for me. But I will say I have shifted the strategy to be like, okay, like our voice is going to be short, succinct enough to really engage that Gen Z audience, but it's also not probably going to lend itself to like the humor or the sarcasm that really is their tone of voice. We're just going to be very matter of fact, which is more of the traditional side and lends itself to that audience. There is a fine line. I mean, there's a time to be funny. There's a time where like, every brand has their moment of like, this is the perfect joke. And I'm hoping we have those moments because I think the Gen Z audience will really appreciate it. But that fine line for us right now is tone of voice and character count. So short, sweet, but very matter of fact.
Do you feel like with your Twitter campaigns, are you still reaching out to your traditionalists versus your Gen Z? Are you kind of segmenting by platform, or do you tend to just push similar content across all and sort of hope you reach specific subsets of the demographic?
So our content is pretty much like, I will say the same across the board. Besides like dimensions, obviously, the strategy is different per platform. When I'm on Twitter, when we're serving content on Twitter, I know that I'm serving to a very traditional audience. Facebook is kind of the same way. We do not have a Gen Z audience on Facebook yet. But on Instagram, that is where that main Gen Z audience is. So I know that it can be a little funnier there. I know that I can put out some organic videos. I can share more things and have that kind of unique, authentic tone. I think as we get out of the pandemic, I keep saying pandemic, and I said I wasn't going to, but it's the reality. I think as we see ourselves normalize a little, which again, I know normal also doesn't exist. I think we're going to see all brands take a look at everything and say, okay, we really did not the bare minimum, but there's only so much you can do right now. When you can kick up your strategies, when you have more content, things are going to live on Instagram that don't live on Twitter and Facebook, and vice versa, a mix of it. I think Gen Z is showing us more and more that each platform serves a different purpose for them. And if a brand really wants like that brand health to stay alive and well, I think we're all going to have to adapt to that.
So when it comes to building content, is it sort of, here's some things we could do? Do you plan stuff out with Gen Z in mind weeks in advance? What's the sort of longitudinal outlook on your content?
Maybe one day we'll get there, where audience drives the strategy. Right now, our calendar drives the strategy. I think when we look at that, like, okay, what's on the schedule for this weekend? Okay, we have 7 football games this weekend. We already have like those sort of graphics packages are built out way before the season starts, right? Just because for peace of mind and ease. But that's where, tone of voice and copy lends itself. If a big moment happens or you do want to tap into that Gen Z audience, you can do that. But we're pretty much event-based, I would say right now. I think when we look at like things like our championship, when we're looking at marketing pieces, our director of marketing is stellar. She's absolutely incredible. And she will be the first to say, okay, like, well, that won't reach this audience, or this like won't resonate with the people we want to come. I will say Gen Z isn't the majority of our ticket buyers, but that's to say that, we're also marketing to a group who is buying tickets for Gen Z. So we keep that in mind. Yeah. One day, I think we will get to the point where maybe it's a little unique content, the one-offs. I will say those are more audience-led.
Did you have conversations about pivoting toward specific types of content when there was talk of just no sports, when everything got canceled? Did you think about building specific content in the downtime, or how did you handle that?
Well, you panic first, right? No, just kidding. No, I think there was never in our minds this moment of like, there's going to be no sports. We were still in a position of where like, you want to look back and enjoy the moments that just ended. We wanted to feel with our fans, right? Like that was a moment we were really all sad about. It was a scary moment. So in that sense, like that's where, again, we were able to tap into Gen Z and be like, we feel you, this is not ideal. But then, you have those moments you're like, okay, what would be in our calendar right now? And how do you make those happen in a different way? Or what has changed? The NBA draft is on Wednesday. It would have been like months and months and months ago. So you just constantly look to adapt and look to see where you can engage and create.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us today, Sammy. I think I got a few questions. David, anything that came to mind? Anything that came up?
I just thought it was really informative. Samantha, it was great to hear your background and your transition from community management and into clearly your understanding of the different channels and that they have to be treated differently comes in handy. So it was really good to hear your insights on that. But no questions. That was just a super informative session.
Yay! Thank you all so much for having me.
Yes,
thank you, Samantha and Brandon, for joining us today. And I'm going to segue. So for our last session of the day, I'm thrilled to welcome Brittany Davis, the Vice President of Artist Relations and Marketing at Capitol Music Group. This session will be moderated by Andrew Hamp, who is Entertainment Consultant for Brand Innovators. And welcome to the stage, Brittany and Andrew. Andrew, I'm going to hand it off to you if you're able to take it.
Absolutely. Thank you, David.
Wonderful.
And thank you, everyone who's still tuned in. So excited to close out the day with Brittany. Hi, Brittany. How's it going?
Hi. Can you hear me? I'm good.
I can. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us. So as David mentioned, you are the Vice President of Artist Relations Artist Relations, Marketing, and Special Projects at Capital Music Group. And, ooh, can you see me? Hold on one second.
I can't see you. There we go.
As I have you here, you are the Vice President of Artist Relations, Marketing. Recipient of Bill 2040 under 40 and on the Hot Power Program. So we're very lucky to be joined by one of the music industry's fastest rising stars today. Thank you so much for joining us. So Brittany, in January with Capital Music Group, which was around the same time that Lil Baby joined the label via Motown's partnership with Quality Control back at the end of 2017. So tell me about this relationship that you and Baby have had since day one and how it's evolved to where it is now.
Yeah, so Baby got signed.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, can you hear me? Your connection's a little bit, but can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So Lil Baby got signed to the label in December, and I started in January. So literally, like, the first project he's released on the major label, I've been there by his side from the beginning. And with that, it's been a lot of education, a lot of artist development, and wanting to make sure that we grow his audience and footprint in an organic and intentional manner. And it's been great to see kind of our journeys at the company kind of go in parallel. And, you know, with this latest release, My Turn, the world got to see, you know, what I've been seeing in him from the beginning.
Absolutely. And tell us about when we think of artists as a brand, what are Baby's brand pillars, right? Like what does he stand for as an artist, as a person, and how do you bring that to life as a marketer?
Yeah, there's a few pillars that we make sure that we highlight in every meeting, every conversation, and it's authenticity, it is being intentional, and the fact that he's a storyteller that speaks for the people and speak for people like him and communities that, for people that look like him, and also communities where people may not have had opportunities, and he wants to make sure that he's constantly the person that shows that there is hope and opportunity out there. So those are things that we want to weave in every kind of campaign that we do across the board, especially when it comes to, you know, album rollouts.
Absolutely. Well, and speaking of album rollouts, so you mentioned My Turn is the record holder for the year's most streamed, most consumed album of 2020. So congrats on that achievement. Walk us through that rollout, because that album has the distinction of being one of the last big releases to hit literally right before COVID. So the fact that you had in-person access to him, I believe helped. So kind of walk us through that and what that launch looked like.
It seems like a lifetime ago. And we literally, the week when Andrew's saying like it was literally the week that we got shut down is when we finished our promotional run with him. And for My Turn, you know, Baby released 3 music projects in 2018, and then he didn't release any of his own projects in 2019, so that we knew when it was time for the album, we had to make a statement. It was something that he worked on for a long time. He had songs, so people felt him in the marketplace, but he hadn't had a body of work. And what we knew going into the album was that people knew the songs, but they didn't know him. They couldn't put a face to the name. They didn't really know exactly what he stood for, but they know that he had like these big records. So going into it, we wanted to make sure that we showcase different sides of his personality, showcase the fact that he is a lover of music, the fact that he's a family man, the fact that he's committed to his community, and as well as telling those stories on the different platforms and identifying which ones where we knew we wanted to increase the audience, identifying ones where we knew that he naturally gravitated towards, so how we could double down on that, and then having him be open-minded and exploring some platforms for the first time. And every person that we aligned with that wanted to help us with the rollout and the marketing from brands on, we made sure that those pillars were identified early, and all activations, all experiential, tie back into what we knew we wanted to do was increase his overall profile.
Yeah. And I also understand he was even able to do in-person signings at malls, right?
Yeah, so that was that was, selling physical CDs. I feel like it's one of those things that really they don't do them anymore. But people, there's still an audience for them, and we wanted to, like I said, he's like, I'm for the people. I do this for my fans, and he wanted to make sure that he was able to touch them. So we did in-store meet and greets where people actually bought physical CDs. He signed them, took pictures. It was one of those moments where it was like the line's supposed to cut off at 100 people, and he ends up signing 500 people, and that's just a testament. Everyone's like rushing, like, we have to go. He's like, I'm not leaving until everyone who waited in line, who bought a CD, is able to get. And I'm like, you have to respect and love when you have an artist that's willing to super serve their fans in that way. But we did that in different cities. He did pop-ups in Atlanta where he also went and gave back CDs to different people in the communities. And for those who we couldn't touch physically, we did a lot of things virtual. Even before, obviously we had to switch everything to virtual.
Right.
We were intentional in the fact that increasing like his global audience, we were able to do things, even factoring in the time when people would be up. But he wanted to make sure that like everyone who couldn't be with him, whether it's at a show or whatever, still felt the fact that he wanted them to feel seen and appreciated.
Now, when you have someone who is very for the fans, what does that mean for TV performances, etc.? I would imagine, and he's willing to do for his fans. So how have you made those media moments count, whether it's late night performances, award show looks, that kind of stuff?
We have the fans there. Well, before we were like, the fans were the golden ticket. We're like, can we have his can we have his fans in the audience? When we did like MTV TRL, we did a special contest to make sure that his fans were there, and it's not just about sourcing different audience members. But again, it goes just back to content, and he does not do a lot of interviews. And we're really intentional about the performances that he does. But we double down on content, whether it's on his YouTube, whether it's on his socials. We do different type of content for the different platforms. And we knew that was going to be the way that if they couldn't read about him, they were going to be able to see him, and they were going to be able to see him in different elements. For official videos, we had where he answered some questions for his fans. We did Instagram Live, so that even if you weren't reading him, but we partnered that with like the New York Times. He did that one big interview, and then we also did different podcasts. So we wanted to make sure we touched on everything, but at the same time that it was authentic to who he was, so it wasn't forced or felt like we were trying to just jam this because it's album rollout time into your face.
That's right. Now, that certainly dovetails with the importance of, as you say, authenticity when we're talking about Gen Z, which is the topic of today. So first of all, I'm hoping you can quell a common myth about Gen Z, which is that they're not brand loyal, including when it comes to music. I mean, you've worked with them through several album cycles now, so clearly you've seen that loyalty only increase. Do you think that's true across the board, or what's the trick to earning that trust with Gen Z when it comes to loyalty?
For babies specifically, they have been incredibly loyal. And again, I think that goes back to our strategies of doing different things to touch them in different areas. There's not one entry point. And I think our strategy of content really super serves what they want. And then also the experiential, where they just want to feel connected and seen to the project. They don't want to be, promoted to or marketed to. They want to feel like they're included in the process. And we wanted to make sure that they felt it, whether he would put up a poll on Instagram, like, which cover do you like? Or like Twitter polls, just so they felt like this is our project. And I think including them in that way has allowed them to be loyal because they feel like they're on the journey as long as I've been with him. So they feel like his win is their win. And it's like, I don't know if we're in the days where people still have like armies, but he doesn't have, like, his fans don't have a name, but they definitely make their presence known and felt for sure.
Now, there are some artists who they give the key to their partners to help manage different social accounts, and there's some who like to control the voice more. Where does Baby fall in that ratio?
I would say it's collaborative, but he definitely handles his socials. We talk to him about like what things we want to do and explore, but it's not like, you know, there's 5 people on the team that have access to all his platforms and can post it at any time. If it's something that's on his feed or on his account, he absolutely is a part of that and posted in caption. And I'm usually the one texting him like, can you revise that caption, or can you add the swipe up link, or I'm the one that's following behind him, or like, wait, I need you to post this. And sometimes he'll post up a little too quickly and it's like, okay, let it go. But I think retaining that ownership where it doesn't feel like this is a label promo page is super important, because the fans see right through it when it becomes the label posting a flyer every other day.
Yeah. And well, in case in point, I believe even when it comes to TikTok, which is one of the go-tos to get a song heard, it sounded like the fans kind of took the reins of marketing versus Baby starting a viral challenge for a song like Whoa or something like that. Tell me about who led that charge when it comes to helping one of his songs go viral.
Yeah, so Whoa we released in October of last year, and Baby was not active on TikTok at the time, and it was almost one of those things where his fans were calling him out, like, you need to participate. We're doing these challenges where everything is taking off, and I remember him calling me like, Brina, I gotta learn how to do this dance. I gotta really I really gotta get it. I can't. They're doing it better than me. And I was like, yeah, you need to practice. Also, your sons are doing it too. And so I think once the fans rallied behind it, he jumped on it, and he did a couple of different things. But I think was again goes back to authenticity. He's not going to be one of those people that are on TikTok for every song. We're not coming up with a challenge that we want to seed out and then have people like do it and blow it up. But it's something naturally happens. We will often, double down on that. And what we saw was there were certain influencers on TikTok that were doing the song and we saw certain artists doing it. And when it came time to do the official video, we said, why not have those people in the official video and bring them in? And so we kind of had their audience just come into his world in a more organic way than him posting 20 TikTok videos, because that's just not who he is. But it was important to recognize that platform was really helping the song, and the fans were naturally doing the UGC. So we put some of the influencers in there, and then when the video came out, obviously they were sharing it and reposting it, and again being a part of the process where they helped us obviously promote the song. And now, something platinum later, we're here.
That's right. You do, of course, work with many artists beyond Lil Baby. I want to get to those in just a second. But real quick, so let's talk about brand partners for Lil Baby for a sec, because for one thing, I believe last year, maybe even 2 years ago now, Doritos helped play a big role in certainly increasing just his overall cultural profile as an artist, and even playing a lead role in a brand new song that he created with the brand. Tell me about that and how a partnership like that helped you as a marketer from kind of the cosign that a Doritos and a Pepsi-Co can bring to the table.
Yeah, as artists grow, I think one of the biggest things as a label that we try to do is find brand partners that align with who they are. Obviously understanding like brands are household names, and if we can work together to amplify both of our goals, it only makes sense. So as he started to get bigger and bigger as an artist, there were several brands who wanted to be, in business and with him. And a lot of our artists actually, and even more as of late, they want to make sure that they're just not like snapping their name on something, or that it's just not a brand placement in a video. It's like, how can we make this truly collaborative? So where my fans don't think it's forced, and and then the people who are already committed to your brand can learn about me in an organic fashion. So with Doritos, like I said, Baby's been a lover of music, and so we had the Spark the Beat contest where there were submissions and fans could submit to be on a song with Baby. Mm-hmm. And it was an open verse, so he recorded his, and even in the song he naturally called out the brand, and they had like over 31 million impressions, and it was like the first day it broke the previous record of submissions of the brand. And we went through the process. Content. We showed them in the studio working on the song together. the fan that was selected, he got to be there and really create. And when it was released on platforms so fans could go and listen to it. And, Baby was super happy because it was in his element of creating music. And he'll tell you he's like an A&R. He's like, I used to go and like look the music up and find people early on. So this was like, okay, well, if you naturally do that, let's do that with your fans and you tap into some new talent and give them that platform. And it was one of those partnerships where he was super involved, super interested, because we made sure that it aligned with who he was and what he wanted, as well as what the brand needed out of the relationship as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, just the level of engagement alone, I'm sure, is leaps and bounds over what typically gets. And then, of course, literally in the last couple days, Lil Baby is one of several artists that are featured in a brand new spot from Beats. Tell me about how that came about and why Baby, that certainly fits with the overall context of what Baby's been trying to say this year.
Again, Beats, we work with Beats a lot in the music space, and he released A Bigger Picture in June, which was an incredibly important song for what was going on and what continues to go on. And when Beats approached us through an agency about thinking about wanting to just use the song at first in the spot, it turned into like, well, how can we make this bigger, and how can we make this more inclusive of a partnership? And it kind of started turning because of, again, it goes back to relationships too, because Melina Masukas, who directed the Beats commercial that will be on TV, it just aired digitally last week. She was the director of Queen and Slim, which came out last year, and Baby appeared on the soundtrack for Queen and Slim. And so there was naturally like already the awareness of each other. And when they wanted to do this campaign, which was called You Love Me, and basically just speaks to the fact that, you love Black culture, but do you love me? And Baby was like, I want to be involved. And it was one of those no-brainers. Like, how can I be involved in this? And ended up doing this commercial where with Naomi Osaka and Bubba Wallace. And it just speaks to, it's a beautiful piece. Like, I see it every time I get chills, but again, it goes to, now more than ever, our artists are honestly demanding that brands take a stance in terms of social responsibility for their participation. And, Beats definitely, made a stand, and it was in the most beautiful way. So that came together. That one was actually pretty easy because the moment was bigger than everyone involved. And I think, Baby knew that, and the brand was obviously already aware. So when those kind of things happen, it's those are the moments I'm like, wow. And to see that kind of campaign come alive, you just know that the impact that it's going to have. And it's one of those moments where you're proud to have that relationship with the brand and the artist.
I'm glad you said that, because two-way accountability will certainly define the months and years ahead, right? Because historically it's been the brand comes to you with the check and the checklist of post this by X date, and by the way, show up to these 3 events. But cool, that's all great. But what are you going to do to ensure that you're hiring people who look like me, that, the camera on this very spot, like the Molinas of the world, represent the culture of your community. And I think that's the big takeaway of this year in particular. And that goes, by the way, for all cultures. I do work in the LGBT space that still needs to catch up to those same things, so.
Yeah, and not just what you are doing now, but what have you been doing? And is this a real long-term commitment? And is it not just, a phase or something right now that everyone wants to jump to, but how are you really dedicated to this? And to Baby's credit, and like I said, the other artists that I work with, they've had that kind of stance even prior to this year alone, and they've been willing to say no to checks if it didn't align, for sure.
Yeah. Sorry, culture vultures.
Artists that I work with do not, even if it's something as simple as a product integration, it's like, how does it make sense?
Exactly. Yeah, because again, Gen Z in particular will call that out immediately.
And they do. And they do on Twitter, and they'll be like, well, you don't even use that product. You were just online using this. And then it becomes, no. It turns into crisis management and like strategic marketing in a whole different way.
That's right. Quick friendly reminder for those of you tuned in, we do have about 10 minutes left. So if you do have any questions for Brittany, please drop them in the Q&A and I'll ask them toward the end. In the meantime, Brittany, let's talk about some of the other artists that you. So also in the QC fam, you have City Girls, and this was a big year for them. JT was back, lots of new music. Tell me about some approaches or launch strategies that you got off the ground with the City Girls this year.
So with City Girls, their album actually leaked. So it leaked before we had, you have these great plans, like JT's home, you have they're back together, you have all of these ideas, and then it's like, it's one of those moments which, again, like 2020 tells you, you have to be able to pivot and you have to be able to adjust, right? So when the album leaked, we were like, I use other words than that, but but we already knew, again, with them, because we've done a documentary with them in the past, that their fans want to see them in their authentic self. So we had content and we had been documenting the recording process. And so if anything with that, it was just expediting our plans and making sure that we put out as much documentary type footage. We did a YouTube series where we did a 5-part, and fans loved it. Their biggest thing is, why isn't this longer? And we're like, guys, we have to keep you coming back for more. And then with them, because they are new, it was about introducing them to different brands and trying to find out things that they actually liked. And some of the offers that came in, it was like, okay, how can we make this make sense? Like you said, there was people who wanted to do a checklist, but we're like, okay, how does this work with the girls? We know that we need to do content. For one of their videos, Jobs, it was right when, OnlyFans was kicking off, and we were like, okay, and we got approached by them. We're like, well, how can we make it make sense? So we weave that into the storyline for one of their music videos. There are certain beauty people that want to work with them. And again, our biggest question is, how can we make it make sense? And we know the girls love beauty. We know they are off the cuff. They are provocative. And again, that also is like one of those things you have to be real about when you're talking to different people. Like, these are our girls. You got to love them and take them as they are, because they're going to go viral for something at some point. And I look at my phone, I'm like, what did JT say now? But with that, it's about not trying to change them, but seeing how you can make it make sense for what you need to do. So it's like, JT, if we know every time you speak, you go viral, let's connect that and you do a Twitter Q&A with your fans. Or, you're going to do a TikTok because you're dancing all the time. Let's do you and your friends, where you guys do a challenge. And we ended up doing a challenge to one of their songs that took place on TikTok. And from there, we were able to grow their email listing. We were able to grow all of their social accounts. We were able to do different fan engagements virtually that we wouldn't have been able to do otherwise. So they're, I feel like, the perfect group to be able to touch Gen Z and the different platforms, because they're willing to do it all and not be so careful, I'll say. And so they are the ones that, are fun to have on all of them.
I can only imagine. Yeah, and again, it's like what a City Girl will and won't do is different from a Baby, different from a Tiana Major 9, who represents the emerging side of what you do. So I want to talk about Tiana specifically in a sec, but let's talk about emerging artists in the context of this moment we're in now, right? Because emerging artists are and will continue to be, sadly, the hardest hit by the pandemic in a lot of ways, because all the ways that they got discovered by touring, being an opening act, playing the daytime slot at Coachella, whatever it is, like those things don't exist. So for the smaller acts, smaller now anyway, acts that you represent, what are some ways that you're making sure that they can cut through the noise right now, given that it is even more challenging to break an act right now?
It's incredibly, it is a challenge. And, Tiana specifically, she lives in London, so she's not here. And because for some places we've been able to, with strict COVID guidelines, to be able to shoot different content or do live performances, but that's compounded when the artist doesn't live here and you're trying to do it remotely times 2, I'll say. But with that, it goes back to what we've tried to do is pairing our emerging artists under the house of like Motown, right? Because right now, Motown's name and brand visibility is bigger than some of our emerging artists. So we've done a lot of things under the brand name where we did different Q&As. We've done R&B nights that Motown has put on. For brand alignment, we've done like different Motown emerging artist showcases because, you know, it's busy out, and with artists home, they just want to create music and put music out. But it's like, okay, how can we still get our Tiana to resonate? And recently, you know, she did a partnership with Elf Cosmetics, and that came from, you know, combining under the Motown name. And we, even with her though, we've still been doing a lot of content, a lot of at-home performances. We've done some TV things. She performed like on Kelly Clarkson. So still making sure that content, no matter the level of artist, we're still doing it. It's just we have to find ways to have it cut through the city girls and little babies whose fans are at a different space. But nonetheless, Tiana speaks to a whole different side of an audience. And even with her fan base right now, in terms of on her socials, may not be as large, but like you have to just keep building. You have to earn fan by fan at this point. And if you're going on live and next week we see 10 more people, great. Just keep building and building and building. And we've been trying to do that with a lot of our artists, because it can get a little discouraging, because, you know, a lot of these artists do want to be on the road. They do want certain opportunities that weren't afforded to them this year. But, you know, like all of us, we're just doing the best that we can.
Yeah. And with Tiana specifically, she also got a giant cosign that I would imagine helped expand her audience, which was Adele Instagramming her song Same Space, right? Tell me about, I would imagine that's not pitchable. That's probably just an earned moment that happened, right?
It was one of those moments you're like, you used to see your phone start lighting up and you're like, what is happening? And then you see like the Adele and you're like, what? And she obviously, you know, from being from London, it was super emotional. I remember FaceTiming with her, and she didn't know because she was actually traveling. So we all called her excited. Wow. So we called her excited and was like, oh my God. And she's like, what? And I'm like, and then when she saw, she just like obviously got emotional. But that was not planned, and that was not something that obviously any of us could have foreseen. But when obviously that cosign has helped tremendously, but it speaks to just, you have to just keep running your race and just keep putting content out and day by day. And I think that was one of the moments where she was like, okay, like it is getting out there and we are still finding ways to cut through. But honestly, it goes back to just, she's an incredible artist at the end of the day. That's right.
Well, again, for all of you tuning in, Tiana Major 9, all one word. When it is safe to tour again, please do yourself a favor and check her out. I was very fortunate to catch her Grammy showcase right before lockdown earlier this year, and blew me away.
Tiana is special. She is a once in a lifetime type of artist for sure.
1,000%. Brittany, before we go, I want to learn a little bit more about you and you as a marketer. So before you joined Capitol, like we said at the beginning of 2018, you spent some time on the agency as well as management side. So what did your experience teach you as a marketer? Like what's like a through line or two that you've carried through, whether it was your work on the management side or as an agent before joining the label?
I think one of my, I'll say like superpowers or things that has made me be able to do what I do is being able to gain the trust of the artist. And I've been on the management side, so I know I can foresee certain conversations and I can help be the bridge and the connector to make sure that both parties involved, whether it's the label and the artist, whether it's the brand and the artist, really come into a common place. And that I'll say I'm definitely an artist advocate, and I want to make sure that their vision is represented in whatever they do. And so when I was managing an artist, Obviously, I was doing that because they were my artists that I was managing. When I was on the agency side and doing touring, I wanted to make sure that they were packaged in the right touring space and that that their storytelling was done in that arena. And so now coming into the label, I feel like it's the same thing, just from a different angle, but being able to establish trust in an artist and understanding that you're not going to change them, but you're going to help amplify and develop who they want to be is paramount.
That's right. 2 quick questions for you before I hand the reins back to David to wrap up for the day. So in addition to your day-to-day at Capitol, Brittany, you've played a key role in the advancement of racial justice within the music industry. You were part of The Show Must Be Paused back in June, and you're a founding member of UMG's Task Force for Meaningful Change, as well as CMG's Task Force for Diversity and Inclusion. So now that we're nearly 6 months into this new phase of, I guess, the Black Lives Matter post Breonna Taylor, what measurable change would you say you've seen so far, and more importantly, what would you like to see heading into 2021?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I think the music industry right now is in a place of change, and I am super optimistic of what's to come. And that came from a lot of really hard conversations with some people that you do work with on a daily basis. And it's uncomfortable, but I think if everyone is coming from the intention of wanting for change in a positive direction, those conversations have been able to create change. So the Task Force for Meaningful Change, we were super involved in terms of making sure people were for voting, especially within the Black and Latino communities. We just recently launched last week a internship for HBCU students who will be able to have a paid internship through UMG, and that is across all of our business units. We're starting a mentorship program and having a really dedicated focus to hiring more people of color, and it's especially, Black executives in higher positions that represent the music that, is most profitable, especially right now.
That's right. That is a even longer, in-depth conversation for another summit. We welcome the opportunity to have you back at one of our future summits around multicultural marketing and especially D&I. All right, before I let you go, speaking of 2021, what's one quick prediction for music marketing in the year ahead? Where's it all going, especially as lockdown looks indefinite for a minute?
I think we will have to figure out the live touring space. I don't think the artist or the business is going to have another year of no shows like it was, and so I think that's everyone's main focus is with this music, how we can have that connect in the live space. And I know there's virtual and different components like that, but I think there's going to be a real focus on figuring out how we can have it resemble something more of like touring in the more traditional sense.
1000%. Awesome. Well, Brittany, thank you so much for sharing your insights and strategies with us today. Can't thank you enough for closing out a fantastic day of programming.
Thank you.
Back to you, David.
Well, thank you both, Brittany and Andrew, for just a good, energetic. Brittany, I really like that thought on, you put it so concisely when you were talking about content breaking through, right? Breaking through the different audiences at different times, and different communities. And it is the one thing that marketers really need to do, whether that is a story or it is content that causes you to take action or content that the community shares.
And it's not one size fits all on the platform. I think that's one of the biggest things too.
Absolutely. That came up on the previous panel as well. So that was a good way to end it. So with that, I just want to thank not just all of our speakers today, but everyone behind the scenes, all the staff at Brand Innovators, the speakers, just for dropping wisdom and for answering questions and for dealing with some of the technology. Thank you, our audience, for attending our summit on Generation Z. I know I learned a lot, and I hope you did as well. So on behalf of all at Brand Innovators and the speakers as well, I suppose, again, David Armanov, CMO Susie, signing off. Thanks so much.